What up, guys? How you guys doing? Oh, Hitaru, how you doing, man? Yeah, today we're gonna be streaming. Yeah, somebody's been paying attention to the Instagram with that microscope comment, huh? Yes, we did get a microscope. We did. Yeah, man. Trying to stay warm. I'm actually a little warm right now. Sorry. Womp womp. Womp womp. Womp womp. Womp. Yeah. I'm pretty excited for it. I think it's gonna be good. I like microscope. Weird. The numbers on Twitch like weren't updating. I see a bunch of users and the number was odd, so I was like, what's going on? Anyway, so today we're drinking the cherry bubbly. Cherry bubbly. Oh, nom nom nom. And we're gonna be building a so if any of you guys have paid, I have BlackBerry. I'm bust one of those out later. So any of you guys that have watched some of my like older streams, I don't remember when I did the Blue Alps AliExpress board, but it had to have been like February, March, somewhere around then, quite a while ago. I've used one of these AliExpress cases before and it worked out pretty well, actually. I was pretty happy with it. I'm excited to build another one. I think it's going to be a good board. I'm curious to see with this one if we have to do something crazy like gasket mount against the bottom of the plate or not, right? Because we had to do that with mine. I have a feeling that this one we won't have to do that with. Like it'll actually just mate up appropriately. So I'll pull out the case and we can look at it. We can see. Well, I guess I should go to the overhead, huh? What's up, Racing Giraffe? How you doing, man? Can this just be a bubbly stream? Jerk Chicken, what's up? How you doing? The bubbly is good. Bubbly is actually really good, and there's a ton of flavors I didn't even know existed. Actually, you know what? Before we do this, I wanna kind of like show off, right? So there's a few things that are going on that maybe you guys notice, maybe you don't. If you ever watched my stuff before, the face cam that we're using right now is better. Is better than the other one because the old one used to look like this. Because this is the old one, and it's that's a webcam, but that's the new one. So the new one is real. Is that a what is that, a Muji Mister? Oh, thank you for reminding me. It's not, it's Blue Hills, whoever that is. I do want the Mister going. I do want it going. Oh yeah, cool. So you guys saw if you looked at the Instagram post I made earlier, you guys saw that there was a microscope like front and center, but then you also saw that there was an ADS 200 in the back. So I'm super excited about that ADS 200 action that we're going to be getting going. Does it look nicer? Good. I was hoping so. Yeah, I actually need to apply a LUT to it. Like I have a LUT for the overhead camera. The video that comes out of the A7R2, the overhead camera, which is up here, you guys can see the cable hanging there now. It's S-Log2, so I don't need a LUT. I mean, I can apply a LUT. I just don't need one to neutralize the wonkiness. Yeah, so I need to do something to this to get the colors corrected. The colors in this up here, those are corrected. But I'm glad that it looks a little better, right? So we got this camera, which is being powered. So this is actually on battery right now because the AC power supply that I ordered didn't come. It was supposed to come yesterday afternoon. Didn't arrive. Whatever. I'll live. So we don't use that much overhead footage anyway. So I threw battery in it, and later when we want to use it, I'll turn it on, and it'll last for as long as we need. If not, I have like 6 batteries. It's all good. Yeah, I figured the face was more important though, because you guys talk to me. I talk to you all the time. But the other thing that we got, other than the Pace ADS 200 and this cool camera up here, is we got this microscope action. Oof, there's like hairs on that switch. Yeah. Let me get that spun around real quick and focused correctly. Yeah. Saw it here first. Thanks, man. Is this first microscope stream? This is the first microscope stream. I don't think we're gonna use the microscope a ton on this specific stream, because we're not like lubing stabilizers or doing any SMD soldering or anything that really necessitates it. I will pull it out and show you like a couple solder joints. It's gonna be a little cumbersome to use it right here with the stand that it comes with. I need to rig up something else to have it so that I can lower it into place. But that's not all. That's not all we've done. Right? Let's go back to this screen. So that's not all we did. The other thing that we did that I'm pretty excited about, though it's not fully implemented yet, and it'll be a little while because I still have some stuff. You guys have paid attention to the Gantry system or whatever that I built a little bit. The overhead camera's on it. This camera's on it. Right now my monitors are still standing off of my desk. But I got this. I don't know if you can see this. It's not mounted hard yet. I'll pull it off and show you what it is. It won't slide in the future. So my gantry has unistrut, right? So this goes in top, these will bolt down and cinch it into place. And then this is a pass-through for cables. And halfway up, there's another, not halfway, after 3 feet, there's another pass-through. So my upper monitors will mount right here, and my lower monitor will mount like right here. Be like this. And then this will pass up, and this will pass down. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. That's actually gonna be freaking awesome, because it'll raise a bunch, it'll get stuff up off my desk, it'll give me better clamping mount for the camera, and really it'll just make my life a lot easier and better. And the computer will get mounted up there on a shelf and enclosed a little bit with some foam to eliminate sound. And there's some other stuff that I'm planning on doing, but you know, I figured I'd show this stuff off. For right now, I'll put that over there. We aren't gonna use it. Those expensive, looks tough as nails. Those, so that's using 1.5 inch NPT type or pipe. So the threading is NPT. The pipe is usually used for like water. The pipe is not that expensive. The mount that mounts to the top is kind of expensive. Are we talking about the microscope or something? So yeah, the overhead mounting gantry stuff it works out to fairly expensive, but it doesn't matter. Like, I want it to be up there and out of my way and better for me. So that's where I'm at with it. The microscope is like kind of a little expensive. I probably could have gotten a slightly less good model and it would have been a little bit better price-wise for what we're doing, and same quality for you. But for me, the quality is higher on this because it has a slightly bigger screen. Anyway, let's go to this. Oh, no, that's not the one. This is the one. That's what the over the shoulder looked like, because right now the input is off. Yeah, so this is what color corrected images look like. This is proper colors with the LUT and the whole deal. So yeah, we'll get right into this because I don't want to delay too much. Because we got desoldering to do, soldering to do, you know, the works, guys. So, bam. So you open your container and you kind of are presented with a few things. And, you know, I mean, it's Chinese stuff from China. Delivered from China, quality controlled in China. So, you know, it's not like perfect. It's not perfect. There are little flaws here and there. Like this case has, I looked at it already, just a tiny little bit. It has like one screw that doesn't do what it's supposed to do. Like it doesn't go in. Like the threading is stripped, which isn't a big deal at all, functionally, because it has plenty. But you know, it's kind of a bummer. So if I'm looking at it, what up, tinfoil? How you doing? Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to do this. Boop. Good. Turning that autofocus off. Hyped on a microscope. Yeah, man. You missed the microscope so far, tinfoil. You missed it. All right. I'll switch over to it so you can see. Oh. Yeah, just to prove it's not a static image, you know. Which is better than being hyped on meth? No shit. No shit. I mean, I haven't tried it either, but I'd much rather be hyped on the microscope. So yeah, so if I like shake this, one of these kind of came free. I think it's this one. Doesn't so I have a kind of a little solution for that, which, you know, it won't mechanically hold anything in place when we're done, but it'll stay in place. Anyway, I don't want to go too much in there, but there's like, oh, maybe there's two. Maybe there are two, or maybe that one's just loose and this is the one that fell out. I don't know. I don't remember. We'll test it out now. Ooh, Talisman. Thanks for the 111 bits, man. I appreciate that a lot. I really, really do. So yeah. So basically, improvements to the stream are inbound because watching live PD has taught you it never ends well. Whoa. Every nuance of fear as her pupils dilate. What are we talking about? Oh. We're talking about high on meth or something. Okay, so that one might have just been loose if it was the loose one. Yeah, so it must have been this one that didn't thread properly. Actually kind of sucks that it's a corner one, but it shouldn't matter that much. They gave you like a bunch of extra screws. Yeah, microscope. Did you see it, Talisman? Did you see it? So beautiful. It's a microscope. Yeah, this is the one that didn't like go in. It was stripped from the factory. Yeah, it just like spins forever. So it's really unfortunate. Unfortunately. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And then it has this little daughter board that should plug right into the Filco, hopefully. If not, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, I guess. Nah, it'll be all good. there are ways. Okay, so we'll remove these screws and get this thing apart, and you guys can take a look. Dude, you start your job next week. Nice. Nice. I'm glad to hear that, tinfoil. I hope that it goes well for you, man. I really do. I'm traveling next week for my job. Blech. It's kind of rough. I'm actually moving my Sunday stream to Friday night. And I'm not guaranteeing that I will stream next Wednesday because I don't know if I'll have bandwidth to do it. I'm going to, I'm going to try. Also, I haven't really tested out my laptop setup. I will, though. So yeah, boom. Okay. All right. So we'll get all these, put them in there. Infoil, please let us know your travel route so we can shake you down for donuts mid-path. Family vacation is this year. Could be to Denver. Ooh, could be in June. Gotta make that KeyCon, man. Yeah, so the case is actually pretty good. My only real problem with the one that I had is mine didn't have this. Either mine didn't have these tabs right in here for the bottom PCB, or for the plate to attach to, rather. Mine only had the top ones, or maybe mine did have that and the plate that I have, because mine was an LFK, didn't have that. I don't remember. Either way, I had to like mount mine to the inside. Like I applied neoprene strips and I mounted mine gasket style to the bottom on my Blue Alps build. But this uses an actual Filco PCB, so hopefully it should meet directly up. So yeah, I'm gonna set this stuff off to the side. We're gonna pull this Majestouch 2 out here. So we're going fairly budget buildy here, but it'll be pretty cool, I think. Cyber Donut. I don't know how I feel about you or anyone else being shaken for that matter either. Like, don't shake the babies. Or whatever, any of the peoples. So this is, you know, this is useful in today's world. Them providing a PS2 adapterino. So here's the actual Majestouch 2 Keeb. Ooh, comes with like a little Filco branded dealer bobber. So we are gonna put Zealios in here. Probably we're gonna have to clip them, which is super unfortunate. Heat clipping switches. What does this have in it? Ooh, MX Browns. Browns. Get those browns on. So I have no idea what lurks under here. If it's all clean or what the deal is. Could be like super gross in there. Hopefully not. No baby eating. Yeah, no joke. Okay. All right, let's get this bad mamma jamma plugged in. And we'll pull up a little switch hitter reaction. Test it out. Oh, and it all works. Flipping seems like a shame to do to a switch. I agree, man. I agree. I don't like doing it if I don't have to. See, and there's no removable cable. That's just like super irritating. Super irritating. So I have no idea what's in this plate. So we're gonna instantly go ahead and just get our this thing out. Nitaru, what's up, man? Get that pray symbol going on. Yeah, hopefully it all works. I think it's gonna be fine. It looks like a clean board otherwise. There's no obvious shine on any of the keycaps or anything. They're all pretty clean. Thinking it's gonna be good. I should pull up the build Keeb's build doc for this board. And verify whether, well, you know, just all the things that are happening. Oh, I did lubricate the Zealios, so that's a thing. I did inspect it. Okay. I don't think we were doing Band-Aid mod, which is probably pretty good. I think. I'm fairly certain that it's just a standard, straightforward build. So I don't recall on the Filco if under these feet lie screws. I think they just all pop together. Well, my FC980C, which is a loopholed, works that way. I guess that's no indicator. Whatever. We don't care about the case particularly. Because, you know, what are you going to put in this case once you don't have a keyboard for it that's made for it? So, I'm going to grab a couple of these spudger tools. Oh, I got more stabilizers. Just kind of crazy, but I don't know. Can never have too many stabs. Got some more Zeals, got some more Durocs. Actually, the Durocs haven't arrived, they're just on order. I think it just comes out like this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. Oh man, you guys should have seen something. Something that I saw earlier was like horribly disturbing. Couple of my coworkers are having a wing competition, like who can eat the most wings in an hour, and before the record was like 40, and now it's 50. Oof. I was like, guys, no, guys, no. There's a screw right there. But I'm guessing that should just hold down the plate, which shouldn't be affecting this part. Yeah, man. It was gross. It was gross. All right, I'm gonna show the microscope one more time. Yeah. Microscope action. You guys liking it? Oh, you know what? Yeah. What's up, man? Yeah, we got some microscope action going on now. What up, Chanwook? How you doing, man? How am I getting that on stream? Well, it's a microscope with an HDMI output. Alright, so I'm guessing that I need to lift this bad boy up. Oh yeah, plenty of them exist. My first inclination was actually to get a stereo microscope that had I don't even know if I need to remove this. I don't remember. Nope. What up, Bifu? Thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate that. So it's definitely stuck right there on something. So you know what we're gonna do? Let's see if we can get a better look this way. When does he start fixing MacBooks? Right? Get some Louis Rossmann videos going. Then I can get sued by Apple too. Be afraid that they're gonna like shut my business down. I mean, that sounds kind of terrible, honestly. Frankly, don't like it. Was deciding between that and Cooler Master for your first board back in high school. Really? Well, did you get the Cooler Master or did you get something like this? Well, we're actually gonna switch musics. To our somewhat regularly scheduled program. One that was weird, 60% plus numpad. Well, we did that B Mini EX the other day, right? Which is basically a 65 or 75, I guess, with numpad, right? We gotta take this stuff off anyway, so. I'm actually surprised at how much these cost. I mean, like, I think this is like 80 or 90 bucks or nearly 100. I don't remember exactly, but why is that shaking that video? That's weird. Why is that shaking? Oh, I know what's up. I was like, that shouldn't be shaking that video because it's not attached. The cables are taut. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Like, this should not shake that. Huh, okay. You think my desk? Yeah, but the overhead camera is not attached to my desk. So it should always just stay stable, and the desk is stable. It's not shaking a lot. So what's actually up is there's a cable that's relatively tight that's pulling on it because the cable's still all run down. Until I do what I was talking about earlier. Those of you who didn't see. This is what's going to hold my monitors off of the gantry that I've got. This goes on to Unistrut, has a hole right here. And then I've got a hole in the middle and then another few feet. Yeah. So the pole right now extends off my desk And then off the gantry, there's a pole that comes down that has the monitor and just a cable run between them. But eventually it's all gonna hang. So any motion made on the desk in the future won't transmit to it at all. Talisman, dude. Actually forgot to grab something. So the only thing we're going to be using from this are the stabilizers, which unfortunately are going to have to stay CoStar stabilizers. Won't transmit. Yes, won't transmit any energy, any non-electrical, any mechanical energy into the other, or very little through the walls and the ceiling. He's just ripping. I didn't even see that. Shocks, he's just ripping off Louis Rossman. Jeez. I didn't even see that comment. Talking that trash. So, Talisman, always making fun of the gantry system in here. Hey man, you know what? This gantry is cool. If you're a nerd like me. A streaming nerd. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on holding this top case on so well. And you're away on business. I don't want you to abuse my gantry. Also, I don't have an apartment. I have a house. I mean, I don't think a landlord would be too keen on me drilling holes in the ceiling through the joists. So that's kind of an advantage to having a home. If the landlord is into that lifestyle, maybe. Sure. Maybe he sees it as an improvement to the home. Is that what you're saying, Shocks? Okay, so probably what needs to happen is this is actually screwed down through one of these feet or something. Under one or all of them. Not that one. Not here, which we verified. I guess it would have to be up top, right? Because the bottom all came loose. It's not there. It's there. Ah, it's there. That actually makes the most sense because it had a do not remove sticker on it. That's gonna be trash. We won't need that part again. Okay. Remove that top case piece, and I guess the bottom side of it came loose, or went tight again, rather. Okay. Right, here's our famous controller, which can actually be removed and replaced. And now, of course, you see these right here, so we can get in here, separate it a little bit, but in order to get it all the way, okay. Guess we might need a few more spudgers. We'll grab a couple more. This song was a non-hit for... Wow. Actually, what were they... I'm trying to remember what they had in the 80s. I was just listening to top hits of 1980s, like the top Billboard songs or whatever. Trying to remember who those guys were and what they released. I'm bad with music names, so I forget stuff like that a lot. Ow. I hate you, case. Is it really just this thing? The cable? Nah, it's literally just these two screws holding it down. Yeah, it is. Weird. Must be just some giant standoffs there. And Taro, are you taking off, man? Oh, nope, tinfoil's taking off. Take it easy, man. Have a good night. So that's it. Boom. Cool. Get out of here, you plastic case, you. Get over here, bubbly. Young Houdini. Note to self, never take apart one of these bad boys. I mean, I just wasn't paying attention. Close enough attention. It's not that bad. Alright. So now, we're going to remove this. One of the first things I want to actually make sure of is that this connector functions correctly. Like that this is the same connector, and that when I plug it in, this daughter board works correctly. Because that would be pretty showstoppery. Ow, man, that hurt a lot. Scrapey scraper. Don't worry, only a little bit of blood. Helps that they, you know, bent all these diode pins over. Only a little bit. Nah, it's not that dangerous. I'm not that worried about it. Okay, so now for the fun part. Okay. Get our trusty Leopold cable in it over here. And we will pull switch hitter back up. Okay, I would say that that works. I'm not gonna test them all because obviously that's, yeah. Fine, F it, I'll test them all. Okay. So the daughter board works electrically. This steel is connected. Pull that out. Hopefully it won't bleed. Yeah, it's all good. Okay, so this cable goes with this case stuff. It's pretty much trash. I mean, it's not trash, but we're not using it anymore. Or anything, really. You know, you say that, I'm not up to date. I need to get, well, I'm right about out of date. I need to get a new tetanus shot. Also, you don't really get tetanus from things like this. Putting your blood, sweat, and tears into it, yeah. But not much blood. Not many tears. It does get warm in here sometimes. So I'm actually about to air condition it in here more than the rest of my house too. Because with multiple computers on in here, it gets to be a bit much. So the thing I note is no PCB legs coming through. So we're gonna have to clip all of these switches, unfortunately. A major bummer. But I mean, it has a fixed plate like most OEMs, so it's not like gonna be problematic. But it'll be what it is, I guess. So the question is to clip all the other ones now or to just undo these. You know what I'm gonna do before any of this stuff though? So these are all for the new case. These are obsoleted, I think, completely. All of those. Pretty sure they are, in fact. These, however, will not be. I'm going to take them off before... or they're in the way. Because these should go back. Why not? Might as well. This thing is really not too dangerous, honestly. Arrow, 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 arrow. Okay, so that should be everything that holds it onto the PCB. Okay, so there we go. We'll get the stabilizer wires out. Or at least the ones I guess we can. This should be all of them if we put a little elbow grease into it. Ah, what's up, man? How you doing, Studium 96? Or Studio M96, maybe? So they do make other controllers for this board, which give you programmability. They're pretty easy to replace on your own, because literally you just pull this whole thing out, it's socketed, and put in another one. Like, boop, and I think it's called like a Black Lotus or something like that. That might be actually for the Rosewell. Anyway. Did I get new Palm Holy Pandas? I did not get new Holy Panda anythings. How do you like them? All right. I believe we are ready to clean this doodad. The desoldering gun of doom, as TSC likes to put it. There's a command for that now, I believe. Haven't opened them yet. Nice. Like, I've had the U stems for a really long time, and I didn't use them until the other day. Oh, got that command going. You know what I'll show you under the microscope? This. Here we go. Microscope. Super gross. Got all that gross stuff on it. Yeah. It's the it's this Chanwick. It's the Hacko FR301 solder tube. No, it's probably mostly leaded solder. Mostly. Also, spudger. It is a really fun word. Yeah, I wouldn't use dielectric, way too thick. For what? Hold on, who? Using dielectric grease. Oh yeah, don't use that, PaxGen. Too late, rip. Oh no. Dang, man. Sorry. Hurts. Yeah, dielectric grease is totally gonna mess it up. Super sorry to hear it, bro. Super sorry. Love yourself a fresh spudger? Well, I'm happy for you. You've come to the right place. We have some fresh ones and we have some not so fresh ones. Not so fresh? Oh. Not so fresh. Look at that tip, all blunted. And then fresh. Yeah. We'll try and use it a bunch this stream, you know, just so that everybody can love it for what it is. You're not really, because you like it? Nice. Yeah, I'm guessing you didn't use a lot, otherwise it would super gum it up. There we go. You're totally gonna get memed for doing it. But what are you gonna do, man? So now it's all clean. Ish. People are gonna be like, don't worry. Just use dielectric grease. It's all good. I would highly recommend against doing it in the future. Also, dielectric grease, in my opinion, is not a good material for literally anything we do. I mean, it's personal opinion. But it's a thing. Just not the legs? What do you mean? Wait, what? Budger porn. Yeah, right. Whoa. What do I recommend for using for stabs? On this Naitaru or in general? Because those are going to be different things. Yeah, I think that I personally think the dielectric grease is bad for stabs. It has a tendency to eventually dry out, and I mean before like whatever lube you use on the switches, probably. I guess unless you use dielectric grease on your switches too, it'll like dry out and get kind of chunky. I would recommend honestly just using 205 grade 0 personally. But a lot of people use dielectric grease or dielectric grease in like fluoro, PTFE lube or whatever, but it's just not for me. Yeah, I just use 205 grade 0 for all stabilizer stuff. Oh, yeah, it would work out to quite a lot. It would work out to quite a lot. I personally use it all the time for all my builds, and I love it. Oh, you know what I need to do before that tip gets super hot? Ah, come on. Well, you know what came with this, which is really cool, actually. So the Pace ADS 200 came with this cool like silicone covered tip remover. It's still heating up. There it is. It's done. Once again, memed on. No, so I don't think you're getting memed on for building stabs using dielectric grease. I don't prefer it for those reasons personally. And I really need to get a dynamic microphone for you guys. I mean, I say for you guys and you're like, oh, you mean for you, but because if I get a dynamic microphone, the desoldering gun of doom will be quieter because I'll point it at my face instead of you guys, because this is pretty loud. Hey, Mark ya. Thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate that. Really, I do. D Weather, I appreciate that follow. Anybody who's not already following, you should consider it. And while you're at it, you should totally head over to my YouTube channel, linked below, and Instagram, because that's where I'm most active, those two places, and go ahead and sub there. Sub and or follow there. It'd be awesome. You get all crazy. Crazy what? Yeah, so I do use quite a lot of 205 grade 0 on stabs. I'm somewhat wasteful of 205 grade 0 and 3204 in general, without a doubt. I just kind of plan using that for my builds a lot and using a bit of it comparatively. It is what it is, man. So this is going to be a bunch of lead-free solder, just for anybody who's wondering. Almost certainly. Almost certainly. Whoa, what just happened there? I didn't realize that washer came off. I thought I tried to knock it off before and it didn't. Oh, who knew? You have a cheap solder sucker? I mean, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. You have the one that you can afford and justify affording for whatever you do. I actually think this is a fairly cheap solder sucker. It's just a good tool. I am tempted to get a better one. Like one day get a better soldering iron stack. So the plan would be to get a JBC stack and, it's just expensive. A couple $1,000 for solder sucker and soldering iron and the whole deal. Maybe a few. Kind of a lot. Get an SSO2, pretty cheap, way better than most solder pumps. What are we talking about? SSO2, I'm trying to think of which one that is. Oh, okay, like a cheap hand pump. Got it. Yeah, so this is a little more expensive than that. A little bit more. Like a little bit more than an order of magnitude more. So I can understand. But you don't do the thing. Well, I guess you do. Never mind. Never mind, man. Carry on. It's a way to do it. But if you're doing rebuilds a lot, or a lot of Alps harvesting, this thing is way better. And there is a cheaper option than this, too. It's totally a thing you could do. Wonder why they make us silent. No, so a lot of soldering pumps aren't a gun like this. Okay. So they aren't gun shaped like this. There'll be like a handle with a trigger, and then the pump is actually somewhere else, like further away. So that would be a little bit more silent in this term, or in this sense. However, they don't really make it silent because, well, it's still an air pump. So, yeah, that's kind of the deal. Do most use $500 switch? Desoldered like $500 switches with SSO2. Yeah, I mean it's a thing. Wick works too. Do most use lead free? So OEM stuff is pretty much always going to be lead free because of RoHS compliance. But leaded solder is much better to solder with, experience wise. So you're going to find that most hobbyists use leaded solder. In the EU, you can't get leaded solder even as a hobbyist, but in the US, it's plentiful. Losing the battle with quite a few of these, so I gotta be a little bit more careful. Make sure that they're melting all the way. Because I'm gonna have to go back and add solder. But we will get them all desoldered. Hold on, and I will read up, catch up on comments. I have to focus with this lead-free solder. I don't know what they used, but it's taken a while. I'm sorry. Gotta change that font. What is that machine? Can you just remelt and use that sucky pen? This is a motorized sucky pen. The pen is way slower. Way slower. It's basically like a fully automatic sucky pen. Like you don't have to recock the sucker and go at it again. So you spend less time heating the pad up and there's less chance of overheating a pad. Likewise, using wick kind of gets you the same thing, where you have a higher chance to overheat because you have to put your iron on it and heat up that wick and the pad and the solder and all of it, as opposed to all of those things other than the wick. So I'm pretty happy. I think my KeyCon plans are solidifying pretty quick. Thanks to some other Keep House folk. And some other names in the community, which will be super convenient. It'll be real good. KeyCon, do exclamation. There you go. KeyCon is in Denver this year. It was in New York last year. It's in Denver this year. And I don't know where it was before. I think it happened once before that. And it might have been in New York that year too. I'm not really sure. But I think this year is going to be pretty fun. And the group of people staying in the Keep House that I'm looking at staying in are some awesome dudes. And ladies. Manual sucky pen does make less noise. Way less noise, for sure. Sorry, guys. Like I said, I need to get a dynamic microphone. If I got one of those, if I got a dynamic mic, I could have it pointed straight at my face, and they are way less likely to pick up stuff on the periphery. I think that's the right answer. So, yeah, I think you're right, Nitaro. If you're kind of here for a build, then you kind of are signing up to desoldering sometimes. Unfortunate. Or fortunate, you know, if you're into this sound. The desoldering gun of doom. As TSC likes to call it. So, yeah, I mean, who else in here is definitely going to KeyCon? KeyCon, I think, is going to be pretty awesome. No worries, we're here for the build. Yeah, Shocks. TSC. I think Denver is going to be pretty awesome. Like I said, Keep House I'm staying in is pretty much locked in. All the attendees are going to be there. Payment is actually due really quick. And I couldn't be happier. The group of people that are going to be there are going to be super cool. Man, some of these are really irritating. Stupid lead-free solder. they have very small pads, and there's very little solder on there, so that actually hurts when you go to desolder like this. You kind of want a fair bit on there, so the gun can heat it all up. Get it ready to roll. And the witty commentary. Well, I love that you guys think I'm witty. I don't know. I think I do all right. Man. Yep, there's quite a few that aren't coming up. Well, we'll pull as many of these switches as we can. We'll figure out which ones are still attached, and then we'll add more solder to them so that we can adequately suck all of it away. As a noob, what happens at keyboard conventions? Well, it turns out, Nitaro, I'm a noob to keyboard conventions. I've been to quite a few meetups, and I suspect this will be at least a little bit like a meetup in some ways, but this is definitely more convention-y. Like, more vendors will be showing off their vendory type stuff. So we shall find out. But yeah, that's definitely what I expect to happen. More vendor type stuff. It does sound exciting. Like, I actually have a feeling that it's going to be one of the best meetups I'll have gone to, even though it's not a meetup. Partially, like I said, because of the group that I'm going to be staying with, but otherwise, in part because I think the boards that'll be there and the vendors that will be there will be interesting to me. I hope to meet all the vendors that I haven't met up to this point, or people from maybe some of the bigger vendors that I would expect would care and want to do more for our community. I guess we'll find out, though. It's very possible they don't want to get into our community at all. Actually gonna leave that on. We're gonna just start pulling switches out of here that come out easily. Actually turn that off. I don't know. I think that it will be a lot like a meetup, but maybe I'll see something for sale. I very rarely see stuff for sale at meetups, at actual meetups. videos from it last year that Nathan Kim took made it look pretty similar to a meetup. Oh, come on. I mean, they do allow people to bring boards. So maybe it's exactly the same. If it's the same, then it'll basically be a hangout where people have all their boards on tables. They say that they're limiting you to 2 unless you buy like a vendor table. I don't believe I'm going to do that though. Don't believe I would do that. I'm actually surprised at how clean this board is. Wasn't it used, but pretty much unused? I mean, yeah, it said that it was fairly unused when I bought it on eBay. So, I'm guessing that it was, well, pretty clean. It looks pretty clean. Keycaps were pretty clean. Everything was pretty clean about it. So, I didn't answer your question, by the way, Nataro, earlier. You asked about stabilizers. And for this board, we're literally going to use its stock stabilizers because they are CoStar, and CoStar stabilizers mostly, there aren't better variants or worse, they're just CoStar. But in general, I recommend using Duroc, which is also known as Everglide, or Zeal. Zeals are $30 a piece for a TKL or $50 for a full size kit. Durocs are like $18 or something like that for a full size kit. Plus there's shipping on both, but the Zeal shipping is $12 for international shipping. So there's that. Yeah, it was used. It was listed as used, but I think it said something in the description about it being pretty lightly used. Okay, so I just flicked this on, and I'll tell you when it gets to 740. Bingo. So, yeah. So that is how fast that gets in place. Okay. Bingo, bingo. Might even have to learn how to desolder the stab keys. What do you mean? Oh, no. You won't be able to install other stabilizers. This plate only uses CoStar stabilizers. CoStar stabs are fundamentally different. So that's why I was saying, like, that's why we are in fact just using the CoStar stabs that come with this. It wasn't like a question, hey, do you want to use better stabs? It was, okay, we're using CoStar stabs, so why not just keep the stock ones? Lead-free solder is gross. It gums everything up, it makes everything messy, it makes it harder to use leaded solder right after. Yes, so kill coppers are one of the first switches that I started using, so kill coppers and bronzes and stuff like that. I actually think that they're not good. They're mostly pretty loose, pretty scratchy, and they have this. Those are speed, right? So coppers are speed switches. They have like an annoyingly short throw. You think you want that shorter throw for gaming, for like speed, as the name implies. But the truth is, you don't. It doesn't make it better or faster or anything of the sort. And the bump isn't very extreme, which most people are into right now. Most people want that like heavy tactility, right? So it doesn't offer any of those things. Uh-oh, BBB. Wednesday is packed. So many streamers. I know, man. I don't know what the deal is, but I can't fix it. I mean, I guess I could reduce the number by not streaming on Wednesday, picking another day. But I also stream on another day. So I do partially try to make that situation better, all on my own. But I don't know. Who else is streaming right now? Like, I know Apiary is Tyson streaming right now? Who else is streaming right now, BBB? I'm trying to remember. Racked my brain. I missed one, maybe I didn't. Either way, that one doesn't want to come up. There. Oh, yeah, I missed one. So many. I mean, Mechs on Deck is definitely doing, right? So, yeah. Their stream is awesome, by the way, so I understand. I do. Apiary Mech's tiny, that's right, Minterly. Yep. Oh yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we're gonna do one more thing real quick. We're gonna get this plugged in again. We're gonna test to make sure that each one of these traces works. Verify it real quick. And we'll do this. Get some of these. Oh, helps if it's plugged in all the way. Helps if we do that. This will verify that we don't have any significant pad lift or damage to the PCB. It needs to be repaired before we do anything crazy. Enhance. I think we need to zoom in a little. Okay, well, we will zoom in just 1 second. And I will show you exactly what I mean. Did I miss one? I did. Right now, all we're doing is jumping the pads by touching them with these tweezers. After I prove that all of them work, I'll show you exactly what I mean. And then Alt, I think. Yeah, okay. So that's all of them. So I'll turn that off. So, like I said before, there isn't a great way for me to do this yet, so I'm just gonna have to do it. Hold on 1 second. Enhance. Zoom, enhance, zoom, enhance. Okay. All right. You ready, BBB? You ready for this? You ready? Ooh, Heiny Bush, thanks for the sub, man. Yeah, so here we go. Little microscope action. Yeah, Heiny, that's right. That's right, buddy. Microscoping it up. So this is a thing that you'll notice with this you'll notice that this lead-free solder that was on here originally kind of doesn't come off as cleanly as like regular leaded solder would. And similarly, the new leaded solder won't tin it as well either. Yeah, it isn't just tasty looking. Yeah, that's right, Heine. We got this microscope going. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the pads do kind of look cool like that. And you can see right here, I'll pull this back out. This whole thing is actually RoHS compliant, right? RoHS. Stupid. Stupid. That's what it is. This is an OEM Filco, yeah. So we're taking an OEM Filco and putting it in an AliExpress case, similar to the way I did my Blue Alps board. Except, let's look at this. I think I might actually have to mount it similarly, even like how I did before. If I throw this whole thing in here, yeah, I think I will. I will indeed have to. So there's these mounting holes up here for the two top pieces that'll go in. So there's two screws right there and right there that'll go in, but there's nothing to hold the bottom in. There's these little like areas that are cut out in the case. Just wash your hands. Yeah, I'll wash my hands. So what's gonna have to happen is we're gonna solder the whole plate and PCB assembly back together, and then because there's not gonna be any way to mount the bottom, it's gonna want to flop around. So what we're actually gonna do is we're gonna take some neoprene strips and run them along the bottom of the PCB and the top, and we're actually gonna gasket mount it to the bottom. Like the solder after it solidifies. Lead. Or lead free. Speaking of lead and lead free, let's clean that, tin the tip. Boom, done. Hopefully we don't need that anymore. So actually, I'm using just a fan. I'm not using a carbon filter at all. There's some good research out there, Heine, about how good a carbon filter is, or isn't in this case. It turns out that the carbon filter only catches less than 5% of particulate matter, which is the stuff that would actually lead to like respiratory problems. The smoke is the only thing that it'll catch. It'll catch the actual burned flux, which I'm in a large room and there's a fan going. It's not really gonna be a significant problem because we're not soldering that much. We're not burning up that much flux. The critical thing here is those particulates, and I was thinking really recently about how I'm gonna handle that in the long run if I keep doing this thing. And I think actually I'm gonna build a box that goes under the desk across from me. So one, I'm gonna get a dynamic mic, which will reduce the sound of like the solder sucker gun and stuff like that apparent to you guys. But I'm gonna get a box and I'm gonna place it away. And I'm gonna run a hose up and over this whole deal that pulls up. And I'm looking at about like 350 CFM. Should be enough directly over here to pull all of the smoke straight up and the particulates. And use a HEPA filter and an activated charcoal filter. Wear a mask easy. Yeah, no joke. Yeah, and the HEPA filter will pull out the particulates. So that's what I'm planning on doing. All right, so we are semi done with this for now. Not semi. We're done with that for the moment. All right, we're gonna put all these other original switches and keycaps away. We're not using those. We're gonna pull out our existing new Zealios. Icy Philip. That or bathroom fan, just chuck it outside. Yeah, so the problem with bathroom fans is their apparent loudness. If I put an inline duct fan in a box and foam line the inside of the box so that the whole thing is damped from the surrounding environment, and use some thick wood around it, like maybe 3/4 inch plywood, and put it all together like that, and then put it like 10 feet away, and I'm using a dynamic mic that isn't pointed in that direction, you guys will barely hear it. It'll just be a whoosh of air that you would hear, and I think that's the ultimate plan. I missed a raid. Oh my god, Heine. No, you resubbed for 9 months? I missed a raid? Oh my god. Let me call it back out. Sorry. Max on Deck, you raided me for 45 viewers. Thank you so much, man. There it is. There it is. And, wow, it's weird. My alerts are coming in a little late, maybe? 159, thanks for the resub, the Prime resub. 5 months. Heine's was a 9-month streak. Oof, that tier 1. You guys all rock. Thank you so much. Yeah, so basically, Icy Philippe, the mic, I think I'm probably going to move to a Shure SM7B at some point. I just need to get a good controller for it. So it's just, you know, time and money. And I've been doing other stream upgrades like this, guys. Like this upgrade right here. Like this. Thanks for the follow, Icy Philippe. So I've been doing other stream upgrades like this one. And the overhead gantry system, which I've bought a bunch more parts for to make it actually fully functional. This new camera up here. We're doing a whole bunch of other, you know, stuff too. So one thing at a time. The audio isn't bad here, it's just I could make it better, and that's part of the plan. Yeah, Bean Lover, this is, I need to get the overlay set up for this because, well, basically I need you guys to be able to see your chat, but, yeah, this is a microscope, man. It's a microscope. Microscope. Get a little focusing action going. Yeah, man. Yeah, so when we do things like, you know, lubricate stabilizers or whatever, I'd like to show off exactly how to do that under this, so people can really see what's going on. And then if we have to do any really fine, like, controller soldering or stuff like that, I'd like to at least show you guys a little bit. Plus, I want to be able to, you know, pull apart switches and look at the internals, stuff like that. A lube tutorial incoming. No joke, man. It is. But I literally unboxed this thing today, so it's kind of like I'm playing with a toy at this point. It's not like fully up and running with the way that I finally want it to be, but it does exactly what it needs to. Anatomy of a switch. Yes, I agree, TSC. That's one of the upcoming, I think, immediately inbound ones. Anyway, I'm gonna pull up the solder station. I'll actually pull this microscope onto the work surface for a little bit so you guys can see it. So it doesn't have an output on the screen when the HDMI is going out. But when I want to show off some soldering work in front of me, I'll do it like this, and I'll just switch over to the other input, and you guys will be able to see it. But, yeah. That's what that's going to turn into. Yeah, I was thinking about I want to get, ultimately, a stereo microscope with a camera on top of that. I just have to figure out how I'm going to mount it and get it situated. Right, because you want it to be really sturdy. So eventually I will get a stereo microscope. They're not even actually that much more expensive than this. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I want I want it to be high quality, man. I want our stream to, you know, kind of kick ass. So I will show you guys what we're gonna do here. And I'll show you on the microscope actually. So, anatomy of a switch lesson 101. Before there's an actual anatomy of a switch video to be had. Okay. So if you look right here, right? You have your contact pins right here that associate with the leaves inside. You have the center, which is where the actual stem bottom goes into. And then you have these PCB legs. These go through the PCB just like this part does. And the three of them, actually even just those two, make a line through some holes in the actual PCB that are tight. And so all of this would center the switch, right? If you have a switch opening that looks something like this, let's say on your plate, for instance, right? You have these knockouts or these cutouts on the sides for switch top opening, right? Let's say there's this chance that your switch can kind of rock side to side inside of there, like sideways, if you don't have those PCB legs. These PCB legs. So basically, there's all these chances that they can rock if you don't have those. Well, if you do have those, it won't. Another way to accomplish not having any play in how the switch is aligned is to have cutouts that switch cutouts in the plate that don't have anything but just the correct dimension that for the switch to fit into, right? And that's called a fixed plate, when all of your layout is fixed and has just those kinds of cutouts. And then basically the switches are tight and you don't have to adjust them and tweak them to get them correctly so that your keycaps are all aligned. So those are kind of the two different ways of doing that. Thanks, Iwani, for subbing. I really appreciate that. That's really awesome. So that's one other way to accomplish that, right? Now, in OEM boards, it's fairly common for you to see super fixed layouts, and this one is pretty fixed. Icy Philippe, thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate that. So in this board's case, you're basically entirely fixed. You are entirely fixed, right? So there's no weird cutouts. They're all just the switch cutout, which basically means in order for it to be pretty stable, we don't really have to have these. Now, the other thing going on here is that this PCB doesn't have those cutouts, right? So most PCBs would have, here, let me get this all rearranged. Operating with the microscope is going to be a whole new learning curve for me, but ooh, I need to turn the brightness, the exposure down on it. But any event, right? Which one are we on? Right here? Oh, we're on F3. So right here, your switch contact pins go through, and then there would usually be a hole here and a hole here for you to put the switch legs, the PCB legs through. And I'll get you an example of that. Okay, this is what we're gonna do it with. Tiny's thin boy. So here's a Heine H87 A. Right, so you can see again, you've got your switch contact pins right here, and then your PCB leg holes right there and there, right? And then these other ones below are for LEDs. So basically your switch center stem would go through here, and then the legs would go through there. Well, unfortunately, this doesn't have those. So what we're gonna have to do is take a pair of flush cut snips, and we are going to have to remove. We're going to remove those pins, right? And I'll show you kind of what that looks like in the end once I do it right now. So what we're going to end up with is you got this guy right here, right? And if I kind of cock him to the side, you'll see that that's what that looks like. And now if you look up on the little camera for a second, I'm going to actually, you know what? I'll do it under here. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my flush cuts. So go ahead and look at it here. Right. And I'm literally going to put these flat against the bottom of the switch. And I'm going to cover it for a second because I don't want that thing to go flying. And I'm going to cut it off. And then you're like, oh man, look at that crazy mountain of gunk that's right there. Well, that's actually pretty close to the surface. We're just looking at it with a microscope. This is how close it's cut to the surface. Man, I touched that alcohol earlier, that like high tech grade alcohol, and now my fingers are all super dried out, literally from just touching it a little bit earlier. But yeah, so we cut that guy off, and now we're gonna cut the other guy off. I'm gonna do that up here. Right. And so that guy looks like this. That one's pretty crazy flush cut. I could go back and clean up the other one a little bit if I want to. It doesn't matter that much. That's such a minuscule difference, and it doesn't stick up above the rest of the switch. But that's what it looks like now. So there's like nothing is going to interfere there. So now this will work in this one switch will work in the other PCB, just the way it is. So what we're going to do is we're going to toss that, and we have a trash can down here. So I'm actually going to do that to, you know, most of these switches, and then we're going to install them. Because apparently I forgot that this was going to be a thing with this board. And actually, you probably would be interested in knowing that these are lubed switches. And I want to show you something about tub lubing that's super apparent under the microscope. So here's a Gatoron Gat Ink, right? No lube. And then here's our Zealio with lube. So I tub lube, and you get an even coating all over that surface, including your cruciform, which you're going to be like, oh my god, it's going to make the keycaps slip off or something. It doesn't. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. This is a case of someone cutting legs out from under him. Nice. Yep, so basically we're going to make the PCB mount switches into plate mount switches. Now, unfortunately, this isn't reversible. It's a permanent change to these. You can't undo this. So if customer ever desolders these and goes to solder them into another board, unfortunately, they will now be PCB legless, and they may have to be aligned. Now, I would anticipate that customer is very unlikely to do anything to this board once it's done, because why would you? Like, why would you modify this board at all after it's done? If you're gonna get deeper into this hobby, right? You just get deeper into this hobby. Alpha Galaxy Wolf, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Anybody else? Nitaro, did I miss your sub, man? Thank you so much. Seriously. I appreciate you guys all giving me that Prime sub. And hey, if you guys have a Prime sub, that you don't use every month. Like if you have Twitch Prime, consider linking your Twitch account, your Amazon account, because Twitch is owned by Amazon, and go ahead and give that Prime sub to somebody. Doesn't have to be me, but you might as well be using your free Prime sub every month. Right? Okay, so here's 7 switches. We'll put them all in here, and now we need 80 more, which actually should be all but those ones. So leave those 3 alone. There's no reason to mess with those ones. Open hearts. Yeah. I don't think we have the right gear for that in here, but you know what? We'll work on that. Okay, talisman. Okay. That's sometime in the future. Anyone know of switches with same actuation point as Cherry speed silvers that don't wobble like 1976 Oldsmobile? Oof, harsh. You're going to be doing this to Silent Ink soon, so good to see it here first too. Thanks, man. I don't know of anything with an actuation point where speed silvers are, because they're 1.2 millimeters, which is super short. You could try switch films to tighten up the housing a little bit, which may reduce a little bit of wobble. Trying to think of what else you can really do, man. I don't know, just get used to 2 millimeter or 1.8 millimeter actuation point. That's really what I know about it, man. I don't think there's a lot of demand for shallow actuation like that, honestly. Like, it doesn't actually help anybody, really. I mean, I understand the concept, but with the speed that your finger moves at, I can't imagine it's even really whole milliseconds of difference in travel time. And even if it is, it's probably within the realm that your brain starts adjusting for when it decides to make an action. Oh, so something exciting I am doing. I'm upgrading my internet yet again. They now offer gigabit where I'm at with 35 up, and that's what I'm moving to. 35 up is not awesome, so I also... There's a town really close to me that has gigabit up and down for pretty inexpensive, and I have a friend that has a tower on his property that can definitely see my house and can see that town, and someone that we know in that town who doesn't even have an internet connection is willing to sign up for it, and we may microwave relay gigabit up and down to someone else who lives somewhere where they can't really take advantage, and I may just like split the internet cost with them. That'd be pretty cool. I wouldn't use that necessarily as my primary, but for the upload, it would be awesome for like YouTube videos and stuff, because it'd be gigabit up. It's laziness. Is that what you meant to say? It's about laziness. Maybe Kale Speeds. Yeah, Kale Speeds are pretty much the only place you can go, and they kind of suck too, honestly. Not only that, but you can preload when you press down anyway. Yeah, that's true. Kale Chalk Low Pros. Yeah, maybe. That might do it. Better than your 6-up Chanwick. Oof, dude. Oof. How do you stream, bro? It's frustrating how upload speeds are so low in the States. America had good costs for internet. Yeah, it does. Here in Canada, you pay an arm and a leg for a reputable company. Deli, what's up, man? What is up, Deli? Hey, man, your board is shipped out. I hope you love it, man. I loved that board. I really did. And you saw I posted that typing sounds video of it like right away. And I feel like it's pretty good. The spacebar is a little pinging going on there, but I think that actually has more to do with the plate than anything else, because the stabs are good and not rattling, and the switch isn't the part that's pinging. I even took it out, took off the spacebar and listened to it all close, and pretty sure it's a plate sound, but it's not that noticeable. But if you're really hammering away at it, you can catch a little bit here and there. Very little I think we could really do about that, honestly. It's a plate thing. Jeff, I did get in on Austin Extras. I did get an Austin Extra, man. Super happy about that. Are you still doing commission? Newsroom, cool. I am doing commissions, man. I am being a little bit more selective about what work I'm taking at the moment. Like, some people hit me up for Topra and some other stuff, and it's like my queue is just too full to like take builds that are gonna take as much time as that, unfortunately. Like Topra, lubing all of the Topra sliders, putting in new domes is actually pretty time consuming. I know because I've done it before. It's like sorry. But for regular builds, yeah, absolutely. In fact, I've been kind of clearing a little bit of my queue out so that I can take some more since then, even. So yeah, hit me up. Hit me up on Reddit. The link's below. And TSC's already up on the request. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm cutting 2 of the stems for... Yeah, I'm cutting 2 of the PCB legs. Cutting the 2 PCB legs. You must have just joined. We're actually kind of just talking about that. So what we're doing is we're taking these little guys right here, that and that, and we are moving them or removing them with flush cuts to that and that. And it's a little hard to tell, but they don't stick up like at all anymore. What's the clipper called? So the ones I'm using are made by Hacko. They are actually, these aren't. These are CHP 170, which is quality hand tools. I mean, I have some Hacko ones also, so I have quite a few of these clippers. Gundam Builder clippers, owned by Hacko. Okay. Yeah, I was like, I don't know. I have more than one set of flush cut clippers. I'm just cutting all those little legs off right now. I should have done that before stream, like when I lubed the switches, but I kind of didn't remember. Most OEMs don't have PCB mount switches, so, but especially when they're Cherry MX. But, you know, I had to try. Check. Verify. And this doesn't actually take that long. After this, we're going to loop up some stabilizers. I don't know if Heine's still in here, but Heine, you missed me kind of showing off some new Gantry components. Let me know if you're in here and I'll go grab the monitor mount pole and kind of show you what's up. Otherwise, the rest of you guys can, I guess, wait. And I'll show you later. Okay. Here we go. It's a good little break from this. So as you know, I built the Gantry with Unistrut. So I have this thing that mounts to the Unistrut, and it's got this hole in the top of it So this will go up on the ceiling, and all the cables are route down through here. And then my upper monitors, 2 of them, will mount off of a bar that comes here. And then the cables will come out here and go up to those, power and video. And then my lower monitor will mount down here, and those cables will come out and down. And then the bottom of this pole has a hole in it, and the few cables that'll go down to my desk, which will be USB, exclusively USB, and actually 1 HDMI for this microscope. Those will come out the bottom and they'll attach to those things. Yeah, it'll be pretty cool, man. It'll be pretty cool. So basically all stream stuff will mount off the ceiling. Literally all of it. No computerized things, the exception of this microscope, that are part of the stream, or lights for that matter, will be standing off of the desk or the ground or anything. Literally everything off the ceiling. So it'll be up and out of the way. Also, I got a Pace ADS 200. Man, I really wanted to get the JBC high output unit, but I just couldn't justify it. Because if I'm gonna do that, then I'm gonna get like a whole JBC stack, and I wasn't ready to drop a couple grand on you know, that stuff, dude. But maybe, I mean, not maybe, one day I will have. But for now, I think the Pace is gonna have to do. And the ADS 200 is a pretty highly rated iron, so I'm pretty excited for it. Pretty well rated. Is it an hourly rate? Newsroom, cool. No, I have flat build rates for I have flat build rates for different board sizes. There is hourly rate stuff for like well, for things that I can't easily quantify otherwise. There's a minimum build rate also in case somebody wants like a macro pad or something like that, stuff like that. But my rates are not that high compared to most other builders, methinks. So I have been told. Teja commissions are like $1,500. I think Teja's stuff is real expensive like that, but he's also including like, hey, this is how much the board is going to cost too. So that might be like, for me, I'll charge you for the labor separately. Like you're going to send me a kit or something like that, and I'll help you figure out what kit or components you want, but I'm not usually charging for that unless you're like burning a bunch of my time. So yeah, with Teja, you are paying him a bunch, but it includes a lot more than you're getting for the price with me, or more specifically, a portion of that you're going to send to me as parts. Now, I do buy components on behalf of customers sometimes. Usually I don't buy kits on the secondary market for customers, though I will keep an eye out and buy those for customers if they're willing to like put money like into my hands to do the buy. That's, I don't know. We'd have to work that out. 1 in a milli. 1 in a milli? I don't know what that is. You're gonna have to tell me, man. Thanks for the follow though. I really appreciate that. And you were catching my 1.2 OG build, which is Deli's board, by the way. If you were watching it, you know, because he was talking about it. Standoffs, those can solder onto the PCB. Saw you had pressure fit it, just a heads up. Yeah, so I did in fact just pressure fit it, but they don't move around, so it seems to be pretty good. It seemed like, well, it didn't seem like Petrov was saying that his was just pressure fit in there too, and that's how his was working. So it seemed reasonable to me. As far as soldering them in is concerned, that was actually a fairly large piece of aluminum. I feel like a large number of people wouldn't have irons capable of actually soldering that standoff in place. But the pressure fit seemed to work just fine. Seems picky on who he chooses, and you understand why. What about shipping costs? Shipping costs get passed directly onto you, sir. I don't upcharge for shipping at all. You pay to have things shipped to me. Or if I buy things on your behalf, I charge you literally for whatever shipping it costs to get it to me, as well as the product. All of that happens in advance. The labor I charge for at the end, and at the same time that I calculate the return shipping. So I'll calculate the return shipping based on the packed board, and then I send it back to you exactly at the cost that it cost me to do it. Rounding up to the nearest dollar. I'm not going all like fractions of dollars and whatever. Seems very picky on who he chooses, and you understand why. I mean, it's reasonable. Even I'm picky a little bit. Like if I know or suspect that a potential customer is going to be a really big hassle, and I want to be really clear about this. I'm not saying that you're gonna need work done. That's totally part of the deal, right? But is known to the community to be a pain maybe, or is giving me indicators that they're, I don't know, that they're shady in any way, then I would decline the job too. It's just kind of life. Yeah, he does have a ton. For Teja, a normal build is like 100 to 200 bucks. He seems picky. Yeah, okay. Ship to Canada. Have I shipped to Canada? I mean, I've shipped to Canada before. I don't know if I've shipped a board to Canada. I've shipped to Taiwan. Somebody in Australia is going to be getting one from me soon. I've shipped to Germany. International is not a problem. And there are, you gotta deal with the customs and stuff like that. If you buy the board from me, or if you have me buy the parts for the build, and then I have to ship it through to a foreign country, I have to report that to customs, right? Unfortunately. But if you buy just the service from me and you're sending it to me and I'm sending it back to you, I'm just gonna quote the cost of the labor that I gave you, because like, as far as I'm concerned, that board is actually, all those components are already yours. It seems fair as far as customs is concerned. Name is like 1 in a million. Oh, 1 in a million. Got it. I like that. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Also, it's a ton of people. Yeah, no joke. Time bandits. Yeah, so this is a really important thing, right? It takes a lot of time that maybe people don't understand, or at least in my builds, and I'm guessing for him it takes at least as much or maybe more, depending on what he's doing, especially if he's sourcing all of the parts, right? Stash, man, how are you, dude? I'm good. I'm pretty good. Charlie's, you've been watching this whole time and I didn't say what the hell is up. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. How are you doing? Hopefully really well. Yeah, so it takes a lot of time. Some customers take almost no time, and typically they're the kind of customers that like already know everything they need to know about a board, right? But new customers, or people who don't know what they're getting into, who need like help picking out parts or whatever, take up an immense amount of time, and I don't charge them more. And I mean time like before we even do the build. picking out the parts and help walking them through, and they're gonna have a million questions like, I'm looking at these GMK sets, they seem really expensive, what's the deal, are there cheaper options? You know, then I gotta go find links and show them what EPBT sets are all about, and maybe Infinicky or whatever other options, right? And have to explain simple things like the difference between underglow and backlighting through keycap shine, right? And a lot of people want that. They're new. They're like, I need this through cap thing, and I'm like, there aren't good keycaps that do that. The end. Right? And they're like, but I see it on all the OEM boards, and I just want a custom, and I want to have that. And it's like, well, I mean, you can get that, but you're gonna have cheap, shitty keycaps. You know, I mean, you gotta kind of walk people through. Oh, I just put those in that. That sucks. Well, there's 2 in there. I guess I'm not pulling them out and soldering them, so it'll be fine. Yeah, so I'm not bent out of shape about that. It's just some customers do take a lot of time. And I'm guessing Teja goes through that. Now, he's selective because he's trying to select out that group of people. And I get it. He wants to do only high-end custom board builds, and it's great. He's full-time streaming, and this is what he's doing, and he wants to have the very highest quality content. And I want to have high-quality content, but I don't necessarily want to eliminate or limit myself to only high-quality builds. Let me walk that back. Not high-quality builds. I do want them all to be high quality, but I don't need them all to be Jane V2 or LZCLS or whatever. Like today we're doing a Filco rebuild into an AliExpress case, which is, if you think about it, this is made to be an inexpensive board build, right? And it's still not super cheap. I mean, it's not super cheap. A lot of times newbies fail to understand that there's a difference between the difference between cheaping out a little bit here and there. You may save a couple $100, but the quality is going to be not nearly as high. Like, this board is going to be great, but it's not going to be as premium as I just got somebody's TX87 SE, right? It's not going to be as nice as that board. It's just not going to be. It's life. This is going to be a good board. That's going to be a great board. Stash, chilling like a villain, man. Good to hear it. Time asking questions about shipping and cost. Yep, that's a thing. That's a thing. You're not wrong, Jeff. So just for the record, I pass the shipping costs along directly to the customer all the time. I'm not ever upselling on shipping and handling. The only time I'll ever charge a customer extra for the shipping is that they provided garbage packing material and it then has to be packed better. And I have to buy some kind of packing material. And I'll just pass that on to them too. It is all part of the service, TSC, and honestly, I look at that part of this, like the difference between, let's say, Deli, the board that we just built for you, right? You knew exactly what you wanted. Took almost no time. Like, in fact, a couple customers that I've dealt with before are like, hey, I want to do this thing. Are you cool with doing it? And I'm like, yeah, I'll get you a quote doc sometime soon. And I'll be like, but you can ship it whenever because you already know what the prices are. And then just ship it, done. Right? Like, that happens. Some customers are super simple, but I don't charge them less for being simple. I look at, hey, everybody's a newbie at some point and they need help getting guided through the process and getting a first custom or whatever, and that's okay. I'll eat that part as part of the service to the community. It's just a thing. I feel like they should do at least their own research a little first. Yes and no, man. I mean, I agree with you to some extent, but our community is pretty confusing, and a thing that I really want to do, I'm planning on doing, it's just, man, the time. I literally have not had time for the last like 2 months to do a lot of the things that I want to do. But a plan of mine coming up is actually to do breakdowns on that kind of stuff. Specifically those kinds of things, like how GBs work, like what you're getting into when you pay somebody else to build a board for you, what etiquette is on how to approach people like me, how to interact with me in terms of boards, FAQs on my own services. I want to do a video version of my build services post that I post on Reddit, link below, every now and then, because some people just hear it better or understand it better when it's explained verbally. And I've already written scripts for some of these, including that last one. So it's a thing. I think it's great you're helping people get into it. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I don't have infinite patience, but I try to be as patient as I can be with people who are new. One in a mill. When someone says, I want a board, but I don't know what I want, that happens actually more often than you think. And very frequently, we end up settling on, honestly, my number one thing that we end up going to, and not because I'm directing them there initially, but because where their requirements are when they come to me like that, end up leading is tofu acrylic. That's the number one. What I've built like 3 or 4 of them. I have another one on the way where all the parts are coming in. I have a tofu 65 acrylic that will be coming in soon for a customer. Like, there are customers that need that, and I'm not trying to tell them no. Like, yes, you should do some of your own homework. Read the effing manual, right? Except that there isn't a good manual. That's why I want to make those videos, so other people know, but also so I can point them at those videos and be like, go watch this video. The end. You know, it's like a thing that I want. Just see, same old shit, same old toilet. Yeah, right. You should. I think you should. There's actually a lot more business than you'd think there is out there. Like, people hit me up and it's like, whoa, no, I'm not willing to do that, or that's crazy, weird, and complex. Good luck finding that. Somebody do that. Somebody just hit me up, and maybe they're watching, I don't know, who's doing a prototype PCB, and they want me to take the completely bare, unsoldered, altogether, controller, everything PCB and solder it all together. And I was like, can you send me a bill of materials? It's a lot of SMD components, and I'm trying to see what they're doing. I was like, hey, are you sure it isn't just cheaper to like have the people manufacturing this board do that for you? Now, I don't have a reflow oven. I don't have a calibrated skillet with a PWM controller hooked up to it. I don't even have a hot air gun here. Well, not like a soldering hot air gun. So I can like do this thing, hand soldering it like SMD components, but I want to know the scope, right? Like, send me a BOM. Like, I need the bill of materials. I need to know what's going on with it, right? And so they did, and I briefly looked at it. I need to look at it more in depth and make sure I can gauge the right size of the components. I just haven't had a lot of time. But when I do, I'm going to look at it in depth and tell them if I can help them out. I have a feeling that I will turn them on to someone else. Heine, if you're still in here, if you want to actually build someone's, I don't know if they got a stencil with their PCB yet. I haven't asked those questions. But anyway, those things are real, right? People hit me up with weird stuff sometimes. Sometimes they say yes, sometimes they say no. Does Jax do that too? I mean, does he do what? Does he build those for other people? I don't know. I could ask him too, potentially. I'm willing to. I'm just not there yet. So anyway, we got this assembled. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to lube these CoStar stabs. Now, CoStar stabs are both straightforward and a pain in the ass, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to lube the inserts. Actually, we're going to do all of that after. Literally all of that is going to happen after, because you don't lube the inside of these anyway. I'll show you. You don't lube. So this is what the CoStar insert looks like. You do not lube You don't lube in here. That surface or that surface doesn't get lubed. The only place you lube it's actually a bad angle. Let me do that. Okay. This is where we're gonna lube. Lube that passage right there. We'll get lube in it, and then the wire itself will get lube. So that's what we'll end up lubing. Stash, you hate cost cards, like a whole workshop / studio for keeps eventually, and a keep shed. Yeah, no joke. Yeah, I mean, this room is half dedicated to it. It's kind of all dedicated to it when you consider the gantry and the other stuff. Oh, dude, /r/battle stations, so hard for me to look at. It's so cool. Yeah, I've seen yours before, dude. I love it. It's super cool. I like how you have your PC mounted on the wall. I'm totally gonna do that. Except mine's gonna be above my desk. It's like gonna be way up there. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I really try, man. I really try. Yours looks slick AF, I have to admit, dude. It really, really does. Looks super clean. I mean, it doesn't look clean, I'm sure, when you're actually building, right? Like, it never can. It's a mess right here, right now. All right, so what we're gonna do is, because we're gonna leave those after the fact, because they're co-star inserts, and then I'll show you how the actual co-star switch insert gets lubed. But for right now, we're gonna start putting switches in to this plate and get it going. Yeah, dude, mine does too. I have to clean up every night. So I'm changing kind of my workflow, actually, Stash. Like, if you notice, after my OG build last week, I immediately had a typing test video up, like literally same night. Took the pictures, made thumbnails, did all that, like right after, got the whole thing going. And I think like that's going to be part of my new workflow, is I'm just doing that, right? Because it's just got to be what it is, or what it can be. It needed to be cleaned up and ready to roll, and it'll lead to a longer night right after my build, but I think it's for the better, getting everything handled like that. Yeah, I mean, it just makes for kind of a long night. I probably should start earlier if I'm being honest, but just don't have the time for it. Man, this is gonna go together really well, actually. Okay, pretty sure that's enough anchors. Okay, so yeah, Chanwick, that's not a bad way to do, man. It's not a bad way to do. It's just like I'll procrastinate it away if I do it that way. Like I can't do it that way. It won't work for me. Trying to invest in a camera, but you just can't decide which camera, man. And I'm totally willing to have this camera discussion. What are you using right now? Literally right now, what camera are you using for your face, your overhead, and anything else if you are using? Yeah, I also do my stuff like immediately after the stream, although I'm probably moving to the day after shipping. Just because, like, I mean, I ship it literally the next morning, but I'm probably looking to a 1-day delay after that. You C920 for face, C922 for Destam. Okay, so which do you want to improve first, and what's your lighting situation? No, I did that first too. At the very, 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 very beginning, I did that too. Desk cam. I agree with that, right? I wouldn't agree with that for most streaming, but for this, totally. Yeah. So make this really easy on yourself and get an A6000 or an A5100. A5100 is cool for the face cam. So if you know you want to get something better, like a full frame camera in the future for your overhead, get an A5100 and then upgrade to a really awesome camera later, because that A5100 is going to be useful for your face. Because like right now, I just upgraded my face cam. I can see my face framed from here. Yeah, they're inexpensive too. Super, super cheap, dude. Super cheap. Like dirt cheap for a camera. Is a good one for build cam. No. It'll be fine for a face too. It's just that it's a crop body camera, right? So it's never going to be as good as like an A7 III or something like that. Like my overhead cam or my over the shoulder cam that you see every now and then is an A7 R2. But because I just upgraded, actually, funny enough, that thing's operating on a battery right now, not an awesome AC adapter, which honestly is what you need. I ordered an extra one, but luckily I had two. So when this face cam came in, I had one for my over the shoulder cam, and I just stole it to use for this. Okay, get those anchors in the corner in. If you're gonna upgrade, yeah. Few hundred, how much is that? If you're gonna upgrade cam later, invest in good lenses. Yeah, I agree. Glass is an important part. Yeah, so this, I'm using a kit lens for the face right now, and it's doing okay, but it doesn't blur the background really well. So this is like a 16 to 55. I had this, so I bought one without a lens. The overhead camera, I turned autofocus off because this lens doesn't do, like eventually it starts drifting. But that's a really good lens. And then the over the shoulder camera that you guys see me use is one of the sharpest lenses literally ever made, ever, for any camera. And it's a Sony Zeiss Tessar 55mm f1.8 lens, and it's just razor sharp. It's not really the right lens for what we're doing here. I need like a 90mm macro lens, really, is what I need. because I use that A7R2 in crop mode to get it cropped the right amount. Deli, the over-the-shoulder cam you have, it is fucking awesome, Deli. There's no doubt about that, dude. It looks fucking clean. And right now I have it running on a battery because we don't use it as much as literally any other view, simply because it normally isn't. It just is because I had to use its AC power supply for this face cam, which I just got and don't have that for yet, which is unfortunate. It's okay. We will. I mean, we will before Friday, before the next stream, hopefully. I mean, I ordered it Amazon Prime, so it's supposed to be here today, and it's not. Kind of doesn't even look like it's shipped yet. Just a little, like the label was printed, but the UPS tracking stuff doesn't show it as moving the last time I looked. Which actually, I'm gonna go check my doorstep just to make sure it didn't arrive all late. Because UPS sometimes delivers super late to my house. I will go check it in a few. Do a BRB. Grab another flavored water. I should be drinking this one all the way. Janwook, you have the Sony 90 macro. That's a great lens. Yeah, I have face, overhead, over the shoulder, and I have the microscope. So technically I have 4. When is the Austin build? Need to make sure you're here. Jeff, it's not going to be next week because I will be out of town. Now I am going to attempt, for the record, just so you know, I'm going to attempt while I'm traveling. I'm going to bring a soldering iron, I'm going to bring camera and my laptop, and I'm hoping really, really, really hard that I will have good enough internet at the hotel that I'm staying at to do a live stream. But I will do a short thing, I have a planned fairly simple short build. Mostly because I don't know exactly what my times in and out will be and stuff like that, but like from my work thing. But I'm gonna try for you guys. It may not work. Like, it may just not be good enough bandwidth, and I'll know pretty shortly after I arrive whether it'll be good enough bandwidth or not. So I'll know on Monday sometime whether my Wednesday stream is going to work. And I'll try and update all of you guys on Twitter as to whether or not I'll be able to or not. But try and do what I can, man. So you guys wonder why I had that TS100 going last week. So plans, man, plans. Planning to be around and be available to you guys. Man, I love this iron already. This thing is super, super high energy. Like, no, the thermal stability seems really high. It's just maintaining. But the next week I'll make sure that I build my Austin on an off-cycle stream, because I want to. You build from the cruise ship. I didn't build stream, but I did stream from the cruise ship, and it turns out the cruise ships have insanely fast upload speed, even though their download is shit. So I'm going to I'm going to do it the next time I go on a cruise. Well, the next time I go on a cruise that overlaps with a Wednesday, at least. Because why the F not? And I'll do a short one, like I was saying I'll do when I go on my week travel next week. should be fun to try. If I can, I'm gonna have a blast streaming from a hotel room. I think it'll be funny. Do I have an equipment list? Yeah, so I do need to get you guys an equipment list, but my equipment has been evolving a bunch lately. So it would be a lot of updates, honestly. At this point, it would be like a ton of them. Like, I mean, we've updated like 2 or 3 pieces of equipment in this stream. Right? We're rolling with a new face cam. We're rolling with a new soldering iron. We're rolling with some new stuff, man. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make an equipment list. It's gonna happen. Okay. Cool. Okay. So now we get the rest of these guys in. Man, this was a clean plate, like extraordinarily clean. This didn't require any kind of cleanup or anything. It was just perfect. Basically unused, used board. I don't know if it was unused, but it was super clean at least. Well, TSC, I will let you... I'm going to give TSC access to make chat commands. I think that's what I need to do. I know that it's doable. Camera. Yeah, I think it's probably better to like link it out so like cameras versus like build equipment. So build equipment, stream setup equipment. So this is going to be a really interesting one, guys, when we get to the end, when we put this all back together, because basically you're going to have to watch how I like gasket mount this thing internally to the bottom case, because this won't have like a standard mounting mechanism. More a curiosity thing. Yeah, so M Jakes, I will still try and get it because it's important. Need those commands basically so you guys can just look and I don't have to answer it every time. I mean, plus it gives you guys cool ways of interacting and stuff. Which, by the way, reminds me, if you want to interact with me outside of here, a really good place to do that is Instagram. If you follow the Instagram, then you'll see all the cool pictures I post of all the interesting equipment and stuff that I buy and am upgrading to and stuff, because I usually post that. So you can find that on my socials, which BBB just hit up. And while you're at it, go ahead and head on over to my YouTube and give a subscribe there if you wouldn't mind. It helps so much. It really does. The sub on YouTube is like the thing that helps the most. And when I do actually start pumping out the content that I've been talking about, so the extra builds, right? Or the extra, not builds, the extra content on, you know, the anatomy of a switch and etiquette for buying, how group buys work, stuff like that, that may or may not be applicable to you directly on the 101 series stuff. It'll be useful for you to point other people at or whatever. And also, I'm planning on doing more than just 101 stuff content on there, but those are things that I want to hit up very first. Okay, boom. All right, now we're gonna get this thing rocking and a rolling. Now we've got all of our anchors in, so we're gonna go pretty quick on this. Man, I'm using a tiny tip, and this thing is still like just powering through, heating everything up. I mean, I guess it's 120 watt iron, right? So, and it's what's it called? The internal heating element tip, right? So it's totally able to like get the temperature rock solid. I mean, it has a 16-bit EDC coming off of this. If you watch any breakdowns of this iron, it has kind of a crazy circuit for detecting and controlling the tip temperature. Like overkill. But as a result, it has an incredibly stable tip temperature, like more even than competing JBC irons in terms of stability. Now it's way better than it needs to be though. So even though it may be better performance in that way, it's not like a performance parameter that's that relevant when compared to other irons that do it well also. And there are certainly irons that put out more heat and are capable of heating up and keeping the temp at where it needs to be given a higher thermal loading. Like when it needs to heat up a bigger thermal mass, like a giant ground plane or something. Trust me. Wait, what? Apparently he's confusing the two of us now. Who is? Did I say BBB? Oh my god. I'm sorry. TSC. BBB. Streamer and the chat are just one person. Talking to yourself the whole time. No. That's not true. Plenty of other people have talked tonight. I'm pretty familiar with the stats, although TSC is the person who has chatted the most. I think second most might actually be you, BBB, of all time. But on average, there's quite a large number of chatters in the chat. Total. That's a statistic that Stream Elements shows with me literally when I click end stream. They send me an email with all those stats. guys want to see some solder joints? That's not the right one. All right, check it. Mwaha. All right, here we go. I'm gonna do one or two, and then I'm gonna switch back because I'm also, I don't know, I'm not gonna actually try and solder on. Actually odd showing it to you guys this way. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And then we will flip that up on its edge. And refocus. This is actually the one we were looking at right now. Mm-hmm. I thought that was pretty fun. Yeah, a lot of that was flux. I mean, that's the solder and the flux, but enhanced command for the microscope. You're probably right. I like that. Ah, don't get tangled up in that. That's stupid. How did that even get tangled? I don't even understand how that gets tangled. Doesn't even make sense to me. Need my tip. Okay. So now we're gonna kind of just get through this. So if you guys are wondering, why not just get the Hakko F888? This iron smokes the shit out of the Hakko F888. Hakko F888 ain't got shit on this. And actually the TS100 is pretty fucking cool, but even it doesn't have shit on this iron. This iron has nearly twice the heat output. Note I'm not saying temperature limit, but heat output. Of the TS100. Which means even though the temperature isn't higher, it gets things to temperature much quicker. Which means less time on pad, less chance of burning up a pad. Larger thermal masses that you can solder to. A better ability to solder things like this, where you've got, especially soldering them quickly, where you've got lead-free solder that you're trying to, or pads that are tinned with lead-free solder that you're trying to solder to. Less likely to result in a cold joint as a result of that, or as a consequence of that, rather. Yeah. He's using dominant hand on iron right now. I am. I do. Yeah, I'm left-handed. I am a lefty. I am. I mean, I could solder right-handed, probably. I could definitely train and become as proficient doing that as I am with my left. It would just take time. There are things that I learned to do right-handed, and I'm as proficient with right-handed as I am left-handed. On purpose. One example is when I got into competitive shooting for a little while. I found that drawing from a right-handed holster, because I'm right-eye dominant, was better. Like that my pistol accuracy increased, and doing things the same way as most other people do it had other benefits in terms of like interaction at the event. So you can absolutely become proficient doing the thing with either hand. But it is a fine motor controlled thing, so it takes time. It takes a lot of time to become that proficient with something that's based on fine motor controls. Okay, plug this daughter board in. Plug this in. Verify that everything works. Make sure everything's soldered right. Everything is soldered. Bingo bango. We're done with that. Done with that. Okay. So this is all soldered together. We are done with this part. Tin our tip. Turn our iron off. Boom. Yeah, I'm not having things flipped. Resisting or marking on the hand decision. Yeah. No, you aren't. You aren't actually resisting commenting on it because you just did. But go ahead, Talisman. I wouldn't have it any other way with you. I would just expect it that way. And if you didn't, and I knew you were paying attention, I would know you were thinking about it at least. Right. So why hold back, man? Why hold back? Okay, well that's going to be fine. So we are actually going to apply the hold down screws, which in this case we're not using the ones that came with the Filco. Sorry, muted my mic for a second. Had that sneeze go off. But like they provided some with the case. Like weekends, yeah, like that. Kind of like that. But not at all like that. Okay, so it's going to be this one, I believe. And it is. I was pretty sure that's what was going down. So this will just hold us kind of in place for now. And there are no others that will do that. This is loosely holding us in place. So there's still flex because there's nothing holding the bottom in. And there's nowhere else to hold this thing down. Oof. All right. We're gonna change musics. Yeah, we're changing over. Sorry. They do sell these cases on AliExpress for builds like this specifically. And for others, like mine uses an LF keyboards set of hardware. So if you look though, like there's flex. I push down on the bottom because it's actually only holding them right here. And there's no way to get it to hold somewhere else, unfortunately. Like this right here, the ones with arrows, they're actually holding down to where's the one that had an arrow? There we go. That didn't have a washer. Oh, that's this one. Maybe not. Oh, I take it back. So this one had one. This one had one. Now, I don't know what these are actually doing other than damping vibration, maybe. And even that, I can't imagine what these are about. But they were there originally, so we're going to put them back. Because why not? Hey, Tenstrong, what's up, man? This is a metal TKL. This is, well, it was a plastic one, the Filco, and now this is a metal case. See now, thanks for following, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, so, this is metal, yes. From Video Arcade Shopping Mall. Weekend is hand music. I think this is the background music to most of Seika's videos. Yeah, this is the alu one. Absolutely. KB re-engineering stream from scuffed to buffed. Yeah, this is actually pretty clean, man. I like this. I did probably make a mistake attaching it right now. So we are actually going to remove it real quick. It's just these two screws because we need to lube those stabilizers and insert them before the top case is on. Okay, because otherwise there will be interference. We don't want that. So I am going to give you guys a little lube tutorial on this. No, you stay there. Lube tutorial. You guys ready? Okay. Microscope time, guys. Okay, so I always kind of showed you the anatomy of this guy right there. Of this guy. Oh, there's like a channel right here on the bottom side. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take our schfancy. We'll pull that up here. All right, so we got this little brush, this little brushy doodad. I'm gonna get a pretty large amount of lube going on here. Boom, boom. Right, what we're gonna do is move this over a little bit so it's a little easier for you guys. Right. That there's a little bit on the plate, not a big deal. We're gonna get it all in there. I'm gonna do that to all of them. This is how you lube co-star stabilizers specifically, which is maybe something you guys aren't familiar with. Right? Okay. I don't think I can get... Yeah, I can't. I can get it this way. The spacebar ones. Okay. And strong. I'm glad that you appreciate it, man. I really am. That's why I'm doing it. So that you guys can appreciate. So awkward doing this backward. I'm actually kind of making a little bit more of a mess than I need to as a result of doing it backward. There we go. Mostly cleaned it up. Here, and I'll show you guys this way. Right, so it's mostly filling that channel, not hanging out on the outside. Mostly just in there. Again, this one's still kind of backward because it's way down on the bottom. Okay, it's in there. Cube Doctor, a lube tutorial, if you will. I'll go a little lighter on this one. Yeah, okay. Because you can always add more. Now, on this part right here, you're not actually worried so much about over lubing. You just don't want to make a mess all over the keyboard. Right, so now if we look in there, it's like completely filling that void in the front. Whereas the one next to it, right, completely empty. Completely filled. So this should get you, you know, pretty much what you want. We're doing these ones backward yet again, so kind of a little awkward, but trying. Kind of a lot on this guy. Just trying to get the lube into the wire guide for the stabilizer. I need to check something real quick. Oh. Hold on. A friend actually just sent me a message. I'm gonna send him something back. And he knows that I stream, so I'm literally sending him my stream link. Like, hey, watch me on stream, sucker. Stop sending me text messages. Yeah, so here we go. I think I could do these ones right side. But anyway, I mean, even in hard mode, it's showing you guys kind of what you need to know about lubing CoStar. Now, CoStar is different than Cherry. Outright, like just different, right? This is not at all the technique used. Although you do try and do this part, I actually apply this to the wire only on those ones. Okay, so we have one more to do. Hey, GJ1118, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it. I do. So here we go. Here's this other one that we're gonna do. Yep, okay, we're on the right one. I had to look. So I'm not looking through the microscope while doing this. I'm looking through. I'm just looking in person. Right, so we'll get that one filled up. Now again, like I said, you're not really worried about over lubing this portion at all. Like at all. Yeah, artificial switch insemination. Oh no, I touched the switch. Okay, we can clean that off. You guys are probably like, oh my god, these devices are so big, and it's literally just like a paper towel. Oh well. That is an alright thing. That tiny little lube right there on the side of that switch. Non-affecting. Okay, so now we've done that. We're not done with the lube. So these wires are going to get some lube. Right here and right here and on that corner, because that's where they can make contact with or create friction with the actual plastic bit that we just lubricated also. Hey, Frisco Melt, what's up, man? Sorry. You're probably wondering what's up, and it turns out that what's up is we're lubing things. Novel keys, big switches. Yeah, no shit, huh? Okay, so now we're gonna lubricate that edge of the wire, right? And so in order to get that part accomplished, we're gonna take our little brushy brusher and we're just gonna coat our wire right there. Because again, this is where it can make contact. Now, another thing we're gonna do, because the co-star insert can make contact, is we're actually going to lubricate this corner as well. We're not going to go all out and do that right now, because I don't want to get stuff all over the plate. And so you're properly lubed. Once I can snap it in, doodad is gonna look something like, and I will show you. Something like this. Oh, come on. We gotta go backward again because there's only so much play in this. So it'll look something like this. And that will damp out all of the friction or all of the rattling that could occur, and we'll wipe the edge off, which you can see leaves a little bit of residue, but oh well, it's stuff you won't see anywhere else. And then that's it. We could actually clean it up a little more, but we'll do that a little bit later. Wait. Okay, so what are we talking about? Popped in, tiny, microscope view is even lend itself to your perverse marks. It does. You're totally right. Never aware of the fact that keyboards were lubed. Yes, they are. GJ11118. Better make sure you're well manicured from now on. No joke, man. And my fingers get destroyed from this hobby too, and the alcohol and just literally everything we do. Camera, oh, you're gonna do fine. Yeah. Static. Nah, man. It's a microscope view. Enhanced. When do you put on the ends? When do I put it on the ends? Okay, so I'll tell you when we put it on the ends. We are going to, we're gonna get all of these wires in. Then we're gonna clip, then we're gonna put the case, the top case on again. And then we're going to lubricate the switch inserts and put them in the keycaps that are gonna go on this board. And then we're gonna lubricate, we're gonna flip the wires up, lubricate those ends, and slip the keycaps on. And then there'll just be a piece that's there. And that's the order we'll do this in. And strong. So right now, I'm gonna kind of quickly go back and lubricate these wires just like I did those other ones. If anybody needs to see microscope view again, please let me know. I can't do it quite as well yet under the microscope as I can this because I keep looking up to look at it both on the screen and then look at it in person. I'm pretty sure that the right move when you're doing this is to only do it one of those ways. And I think the right way is probably to look in the microscope, which I can see on my screen. But I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet, guys. So another way to do this is before you solder the switches in. And that's probably the way most people do it. And that's probably the way I've done it in the past. Just, you know, you gotta moisturize. Dude, you have no idea. Like, I'd have to moisturize after I touched that alcohol earlier. So I do that after the stream usually. And that's how I thought it was done. I had this order questioned by Gasp like 10 minutes ago. What do you mean? Oh, doing it in this order, like not lubricating the stabilizers on CoStar until after the switches are in? With Cherry MX, with Cherry switches or stabilizers, it absolutely has to be done this way or the other way, where you do it first. With CoStar, you kind of have options. Like you could install the stabilizers outright after. And I can't for sure tell you why I did it in this order this time, but it doesn't matter. It's actually probably a little bit easier to install in the other way. But then you have to worry about getting lube all over the place. I said put the sliders in. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I'll show you how to do that part in just a minute. We'll absolutely do that. This board is definitely getting keycaps. In fact, there are specific, pretty inexpensive keycaps that we're going to be using. We're going to be using these Tai-Hao double shot. Trying to remember what color these are. I don't know. It's like a Dolce-ish kind of color. I think it's just something gray. I don't think it's straight Dolce. In fact, I know it's not straight Dolce. I don't remember what they're called, and they're not labeled as such on the outside of the box frequently with Tai-Hao stuff. You just have to check to make sure that the color was right, and I did after they were ordered. That was quite a while ago because we waited for parts on this board for so long. Specifically the case from AliExpress, but I mean it's coming on the boat from China, so I don't know. You can look it up what the actual colorway is called on their site. I could look it up on the build sheet for the customer quote. There we go. Apiary, what up, man? Honestly, mine shouldn't be binding. I don't know what's up. Yeah, I have no idea, Apiary. I didn't watch your stream, so I don't know. Of that, at least. Honestly, like, installing them before you put the switches in is totally a reasonable way to do it, and it's probably how I've done this in the past. Why I chose to do it this way, I don't know, but it's working out just fine. It's not like... Which order you do this in should not affect the board build at all, as far as I can tell. It's probably a little easier to install them, but then you're a little more likely to get lube all over you or whatever, and I hate that. Like, lube is messy, and I don't like getting it over me, and frankly, doing a co-star build, you're gonna get some on you. It's like, just, them's the breaks, right? I know you know, Apiary. 205 grade 0 for the win, but messy. Apiary, did you see my new toy? I totally want to show you. I think you'll appreciate it a lot. Let me get this one in and I'll totally show you. I don't know if you were here for a little while or not. No, get over there. Yeah. Okay. That's all 5. So here we go. Here we go. You're gonna get a sneak preview when I go. Whoopsh. Check it. Tell me how you like this. I think you will like it. Oh, oh, look at that. Enhance. Oof. Yeah, that's the way I feel about it. So now we haven't lubed yet. Oh, there's a tiny little cat hair in there. Oh well, that's life. So now we haven't lubed up here yet. This side and this angle part. Wow, I can't even see that. That's such a tiny hair. I can't see it by the eye. Man, if I looked at everything under a microscope, I'd be super irritated. Anyway, yeah, so we haven't lubed this part yet, and we'll lube that right before we put the keycap on with the insert in it. Mostly because, well, pain in the ass. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave this right here. This is like OCD suffers dream nightmare. No shit, dude. For real, this would be like super aggravating. Oh, by the way, guys, I'm gonna put the be right back up for 1 second while I go get another one of these. Blackberry this time. I'm gonna put you guys on hold for like literally 1 minute, maybe 2 at the very most. Be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Let me kill the remainder of this one. Keyboard's built with microscope precision. I did check my door. That's why I was like maybe 2 minutes. It wasn't there. Which means when we switch over to that, I'll have to turn it back on. Anyway, so we're gonna go back to the microscope for a second, and we're gonna lubricate these co-star stabs. Before we get all into that, I need to do this one more time. You guys know that symbol? You know that symbol? Do you know that symbol? Shirogorov. That's some premium knifery right there. Maybe you guys don't care. That's okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get out of here the keycaps that we need, the stabilized keycaps that we need for this. In order to facilitate that, I'm literally going to dump them all into here and sift through them, because pain in my ass. We need that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Boom, and we're done. Oh wait, are we? That's an enter. We don't need that one either. Dang it. Okay, where's my other one? There we go. Done. So we'll use those other ones in a little while. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is, right, you're familiar with this. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, this goes like this. Trying to remember which orientation. Hold on, I gotta think about this for 1 second. Do you go frontward or backward? I think they go frontward, right? Yeah, they go forward. So they go like this. Fairly certain. Right, so we're gonna get lube inside of there. And we're gonna coat that whole section, and keep in mind that the wire can make contact right here. So we're gonna put lube right there to prevent that rattle. So if I grab my applicator, right, we're going to, inside of there, get lube. I realize that was maybe hard to see, but now that void is filled. Mostly. There we go. Get you in frame. It's really hard to manage where the frame is with the microscope. So there we go. So we're gonna do that on all of these keycaps, right? I'm gonna verify that this goes in this direction so that I'm not being foolish. I'm pretty sure they go forward direction. Just from looking at the way the stabilizer moves. This is the space bar, so you could argue that you want that to be backward. But I'm not going to do that unless the customer is like, yes, I want flipped spacebar. And frankly, they can flip it later themselves if they want to. So, void filled. Right. Now I'm going to validate that it works on this one specifically. To ensure that that it's correct. Right, so so basically, I'm not even going to show this part off. You've seen how I lubed the back side of the wire. I'm going to lube this side just the same this time. By flipping that wire up, getting that corner. Okay. Then I'm going to apply this keycap on here in the correct prescribed way. Perfect. Nah, getting them off is getting them back on once the case is on is actually harder. So getting them off while the pleat is out like this is actually pretty easy. The problem is that Co-Star stabs aren't really like actually that great. Like sometimes it's impossible to actually eliminate 100% of any rattle at all, right? Like you can't actually completely defeat it sometimes, which is really disappointing, right? You really don't want that. So I'm going to put these inserts in the rest of these switches. Wire. All the wires go the same way, which is the way they should be. And as unfortunate as that is, it's just sometimes the case. You can get them pretty damn good though, which I believe is honestly the case we're in right now. They're gonna be pretty damn good. Are we missing one? Fuck. Hope not. I mean, I have some extras. I'd be really disappointed if it's literally missing. Oh no. Yeah, so I have one here. Okay, well, somehow one went missing, and I'm sure I'll find it at some point. But another way to handle this is to take a Co-Star stab that I have. I'm sure it's gonna pop up here and I'm gonna be all irritated that it was missing, but instead of holding this up and searching for it all crazy, actually I will look for it in one place. No. Okay. Just look for it in the tray. There. Somewhat matched pairs. I'm actually going to leave that out there. I'm going to grab another one for here. Not exactly matched pairs, but, well, I could describe it, but it's a pain in the ass. I'll show you. Now, depending on what keycap you're working with, this may or may not matter, because the Co-Star stabs do actually bottom out on the pleat. Or, actually, they don't in this case, but in the bottom of the insert is what I was going to say. So here's literally the difference. Microscope. If you look, this dimension, the height dimension of that is actually ever so slightly taller than the height dimension of that. Actually taller than the height dimension of that. Those ones are the same. Whatever. Either way. So we're going to lube these ones up really quick on camera so you guys will see it. There you go, little wall of lubrication. And unlike cherry stabs, you're really not that worried about over lubing so much here. You really aren't. It's really, really difficult to do that. Right, so I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna get all of these done. And my fingers look so fucked up under the microscope. They don't look that bad, I swear, in real life. I mean, they are kind of messed up from that alcohol earlier. That tech alcohol, that stuff dries the shit out of your hands, like on contact. Okay. Done. I mean, you can definitely make too much lube in there so it just like comes pouring out all over. You don't want that either. But we're not there. Especially not with 205 grade 0, which will kind of stick around. Usually when you try and yank keycaps off, the white insert slides out and says that's how they're... Is that... No. So you can remove the keycap next to it and then pull off to the side so it bends the wire just a little bit and the one side pops out and goes over and then the other one just slides off. But usually I just pull them straight off and it does that too. If I'm being honest. So I normally fuck it all up too, so I get it. Wow, the microscope can see whatever that tiny little hair is. That is completely invisible to the naked eye. This thing is amazing. Seriously. Like, whatever that fiber is, I have no idea. Like, it's way too small to be an actual hair. some synthetic fiber they got from somewhere or something, maybe. Microscope precision. Okay, and then our last one. Wow, that is like literally how it came out. That being said, this did come out. This one came out of the existing board, right? So it'd just be gross. I don't know how to tell you. Doesn't matter. We're gonna handle this one anyway. Oh, there it is. And now it's not even, doesn't even look gross anymore. Coated in lube. Same deal. Okay. Now all of those are in. We'll go back to here. Yeah, I definitely need to get you guys a better chat window on that. Yeah, it probably is. You're getting motion sickness? Are you really? I'm sorry, dude. I'll have to come up with a better workflow that doesn't move it around, I guess, as much. For those of you who get woozy. Okay, and we'll lube these. So it's hard to know, but there is actually kind of a right order for putting these in. I always forget and do it wrong and then get mad at myself for it. I think you top, then next, then next. Pretty sure that's how that goes. That's what we're doing. So the delete or the backspace key, right? It goes in like this. And bend it out just a little bit, get it popped on there. Then down on the stem. Great. Yeah, and it is top down because you don't want to lube you don't want to get a bunch of lube on the actual keycap to the north of it. It's maybe a little aggressive on the lube there. Again, you're not super worried about over lubing this kind of stabilizer, but enter. Changing the switches and case on a Filco, yes, and keycaps. I mean, I don't think the keycaps part is too difficult, but yes, we are. Case and switches, and we're basically done with the switches. All we really have now, we aren't actually that far away from being done with the board build. The only thing we really have to do is cut the gasket material that's going to hold the PCB up. PCB and plate assembly up. Been streaming for quite a while. So there's a tiny little bit of rattle right there. I wonder if I can reduce it. So I'm gonna do a little doctoring to it. Lube that. Kifis93, thanks for the follow, man. I really appreciate that. And Random Noob, I don't know if I missed you, but thank you for the follow too. Seriously. Okay, that one got a little messier, but I really want it to work. SM Hole, thank you. May not be 100% possible to eliminate all rattle from that one, but it's pretty quiet either way. Suave Boon, thanks for the follow. Anybody else that isn't already following, please consider it. I really would appreciate your patronage, and if you aren't already using your Prime sub somewhere, you should consider giving it to a keyboard streamer. Doesn't need to be me, but you know, hand off your Prime that you get for free every month to somebody. And it'd be really cool if it was somebody in the hobby. I have this same keyboard. You two are satisfied with the switches. This is something you've been considering but too lazy not to. Yeah, so this is actually a fair bit more work than many builds. Rebuilding any OEM is actually more work than any kits, really. Like, it just is. Do we need to put all these on right now? No, not really. Those are in place. Those are the ones that are hard to get back on later. So we'll get the top case settled. Sorry about that, guys. So we'll get this in, get this going. Put those two screws back in that kind of hold it temporarily to this piece, or semi-firmly. Okay, get that down. Okay, so now again, it's not permanently as hard in there as it should be because that flexes. Austin, I think maybe you should. Oh, wait. What's an OEM? OEM, so original equipment manufacturer, something that came from Filco or whoever. SM Hole, heavy Excel user here. Any suggestions on compact full-size keyboards? Austin, maybe compact 1800s. Get HBCP or something similar, or TXCP, or what is the one that? Oh, the box CP. Things like that. Yeah. Maybe you should just invest in a completely new build then. Yeah, if you're going from an OEM, honestly, get a custom. The soldering, the getting it all together, it's just going to be a simpler process. Desoldering is a pain in the ass, so if that's what you're doing, it's just going to be difficult. Okay, cool. So this part is done, right? So now the next part is we're going to tack this in place in the bottom case, because that's where this actually goes. I don't know what happened to the music, so we will look. Stop it. We'll go here somewhere. So yeah, so this is the bottom, the one that has the little dimples for stuff. So the daughter board goes right here, right? And this part is actually not super great because these screws don't thread into anything. So what we are going to do is we are going to thread them in directly to the PCB material, which will not hold them super well. It'll hold them temporarily for our purposes. It's actually holding it just fine. Okay, well, that's not what I've done in the past. What I did in the past with the daughter board, though, I did get this daughter board, but the PCB that I came with also came with a USB-C daughter board for my personal AliExpress build, because I do have one of those. Mine has Blue Alps in it. Is because mine didn't do that, I put these in here, put them face down, or put this side down on the bottom, and then I just hot glued the tip of the screws in place. But the holes were looser on that one. So this actually seems to hold down just fine. Okay, great. So now this is in place. Customer didn't actually want the standoff angles, so we're gonna get rid of that. This is not a full, this is a TKL. Are you talking about Newsroom Cool, the Austin and the HBCP and those that I mentioned? Because if you are, those are similar to full in that they're actually similar to 1800. If you look up 1800 keyboard, you'll see it. Just look up FC980M to see a Filco OEM that is 1800. In fact, it's 1800 compact. But it's an OEM. Don't get it. Get a custom. That's what this hobby is all about. And Swab Boone, for fear of fucking it up, man, I don't know what to tell you. Don't be too afraid of fucking it up. Or if you are afraid of fucking it up and you're willing to spend the money to get a really nice custom, hit somebody like me up. And I build boards for people. This is not my board. So, you know, that's a thing. Okay, so now the bottom is gonna go on like this, right? It is. I'm just telling you how it will in fact go together. It will go together like this, and it'll get held down. But something will be off. You'll say, what is it? Whatever could be off about this? And that's that this bottom is still not fully, you guys can't tell really. If you look right here, you can. The bottom still flexes on this end. We don't want that. That's garbage. So what are we gonna do about it? Well, I will tell you what we're gonna do about it. This is roughly how much space you have in the bottom of the case. Right? So you have, if I take my calipers and I go down, you have 0.1630 inches, or 5/32 of an inch, or 4.14 millimeters. So 5/32. So what we're gonna do is we are gonna take, and I know about this from experience because, well, mine has this in it, is we are gonna take this right here, this weather stripping material, right? And we're gonna cut. We're gonna cut it in a way that gets us what we want. So we're gonna support the top like this, right? It doesn't have to be that exact. And then we're gonna cut the bottom, and we want about that much. Right? Now, this weather stripping material is a little under because there's the flashing there. I mean, you can see it's clearly more, so it's gonna compress a little bit, but it's not gonna compress 2 to 1. .5/64. Okay, so I had something wrong before. Okay. That says 5:30 seconds. And 5:30 seconds. And this is 15/64. So this is about 3 halves the distance of that. So the compression is not going to be that much, right? 33%. So what we're going to do is we're going to, we could either fix this to the PCB or we can fix this to the bottom. In our case, we are going to fix it to the bottom, right? And here's what we're going to do to kind of fix where we want it. So this is the top, and this is the top. What we're going to do is just remove that. There we go. Sure, this is the top piece. Right, we're gonna do that same thing. Now we're gonna do the bottom. Right, so just like that. We're gonna attach this cable right here. Right, we're gonna put this in just like that. Then we're going to put the screws in the corners. One of the corners is not going to compress down correctly because it was stripped from China. Womp womp. So hopefully this doesn't affect it that negatively. Right. Okay, so there's the bottom. Oh, that one might be the one that was stripped. I hope not. That one feels like it's only in like one thread. I think that corner is the one that's stripped actually. So that's the problem with ordering stuff like this from China. No, that worked. So it's one of the bottom ones. It was that one. So we can test to see if it was the screw. Thank you, John SCI 911. Maybe it's the screw. If it is, they sent extras of those, I think. Maybe. Maybe not. Like barely ferromagnetic. What the hell? We're using the right screws here, guys. I mean, they have to hold compression. Yeah, it is. So that one is trash. For sure. No bite at all. There's like no hold down on this. Yeah, even the top ones, they just popped right out. Not popped out, but yep, they're all out. Literally all of them. So what is holding this together now? There we go. Bottom plate off. Actually, it just looks like these aren't long enough screws. I wonder if I have some screws that are long enough. If not, I will have to finish this build as is and go get proper hardware for this thing at a later date. Which would be a major bummer. Because these are just not long enough, potentially. The threads actually look like they go fairly deep. Oh, that's not the one. That would be really unfortunate. I wonder what the thread pitch is on that. I have to measure it. Yeah, I believe that's what I'm gonna have to do, actually. As crappy as that is. Later, Stash. What up, man? Take it easy. Yeah, I think this board is gonna actually just require me to go get different hardware. Because these screws are so short that they barely go through the bottom plate and into the bottom. So it's not even that they're stripped necessarily, it's that they're just too shallow. And I don't have any hardware that's small enough for that. Well, I have other hardware, but it's not actually like longer than that. Yeah, so if I do this is going to be easy to make a determination, right? So if I do this, like, that's not stripped. It just doesn't thread deep enough. And it would barely thread before because it wasn't having to compress anything. On mine, the hardware that it came with was long enough. Oh well. Something's got to hold it up against the bottom of the case, though, so it's got to be that. Pleasantly mad. Thanks for the sub. I appreciate that. Nah, Nitaro, don't worry about it, man. What we're gonna do is we're gonna assemble it right here, right now, like this. These look like M1 or M2. They're really, really small. And there's no other hardware that came with it, so it just is what it is. So we're gonna assemble it just like this. We're gonna leave it like this, and we're gonna do a typing test right here. And you'll hear, because right now it's being supported on the bottom by that other stuff. So you'll get to know what it's like, and I will just have to figure out mounting at a future date. Because, you know, bad hardware supplied. Which is life, honestly, when you order shit from China. So I have to admit, I would not recommend other people build this board by themselves unless they were like absolutely. These are not Cherry MX Blues. These are Zealios V2s. So original hardware. We'll set that off to the side. I try never to leave a board unfinished, but the right way to handle this is actually just to get appropriately long hardware. Wah wah. That is absolutely the correct way to take care of this board, to build it proper. So, the bottom is on. It is together as it realistically needs to be to do a typing test. We'll get that done. And I'll post a real sound test after I get it built in the future. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, right, is we are going to put the rest of the keycaps on. Don't be too sad, Nitara. It's gonna come to you soon. Promise, man. We will get this figured out. It's literally just ordering appropriate hardware. Is this with one of those third-party metal cases? Yes, it is. An AliExpress one. But I mean, I have one of these exact cases and mine worked fine. Sorry guys, I'm searching through all this, but I don't want to get all of the numpad keycaps out. Okay, there's some more, but we'll look through them in a sec, because there's a lot of them. No, I don't have a control. I don't have a command for that, man. Sorry. All right. If I asked you to assemble an RGB keyboard, where would you like me to order parts from, please? Q1118. So if you know what board you want, if you know you're looking for an RGB board, there's two good examples, and I know you're going to be turned off to one of them as a result of this board, but one is AliExpress. There's a board called the Melody 96. You can go watch a build that I did of one really recently if you want to see what that board looks like, or you can just search for it. There are kits available. That kit is $150, comes with the PCB and the board case. It has RGB underglow And it's good. Maybe it's 200. The other decent option for RGB stuff that's available right now is the Tofu acrylic, either the Tofu 60 acrylic or the Tofu 65 acrylic. Those are where I would point people if they didn't know exactly what they were doing. Most people who are new, who know that they want RGB underglow, that's where they go. As I discussed earlier in my stream, like the majority of times when people are just completely new and know that they want that, that's what they go for. And in the end, I think you're looking probably around $400. Not, well, maybe including keycaps, depending on what you get. Sorry guys, I'm hiding behind this thing. I'm not trying, I'm just... The Tofu acrylics are good boards, and I've built quite a few of them. Either the 65 or not the 65. The 60. Yeah, those are that's exactly how they're spelled. Now, I do order parts on behalf of customers sometimes, and a really good way is to send me a message on Discord, and then we can discuss parts and make sure you have the correct parts list for whatever it is you're trying to order parts for. I think that's a really decent way of getting you started, and then still having a safety net, so you're not like, so you're not ordering parts that you don't need, or ordering the wrong ones or whatever. Pleasantly mad. You still sometimes watch your build for me. Thanks, man. Appreciate that, dude. That's awesome. And you know that I'll build you another board if you are looking to have one built. Right? You do know that, I think. So I must have missed one. Oh, yeah, I probably thought it was a 0. But there should be no 1U0 in here. Oh, what just happened there? Weird. That's what happened. Remember when I said that, oh, that one went into the switch thing? It was one of those little PCB legs. Bro, you said that earlier. Must have missed it. Maybe I did. Maybe I did, man. Well, I'm in. Hit me up with a message, and you know I'll message back. And if I didn't, hit me up again. Sorry. It's been a busy couple weeks, man. Actually, it's been a busy couple months. Or maybe I was expecting you to follow up with me. I don't know. I try not to bug customers who are like, yeah, I want to do this thing. And I'm like, okay, I need this, and then, but I need this information, or I need to know what you're looking for, and then. Is that possible? It happens. Either way, I will definitely build another board for you, man. I'll tell you what, Pleasantly Mad, hit me a message right now and I'll make sure that I get back to you after this. Okay, so we're gonna do a little sounds demo of this. It's not gonna be what it would be when it's together when it's the bottom is buttoned on, because right now it wants to completely lift off, unfortunately. Oh no, don't do that. Yeah, unfortunately that just kind of womp womp. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna order new hardware for this thing real soon. In the meantime, we're gonna do a little typing demo of it. You know what we're gonna do? You know what we're also gonna do? Oh, that's right, you're waiting for the Void Radiant. I forgot all about this, man. You are. We are building another board already. And it's gonna be beautiful, because the Void Radiant looks freaking awesome, dude. Okay. Boop, boop. Oh, I was just yanking on it. Okay, so here we go. Let's get this going. Right, we will pull up one of these guys. Okay, you guys ready? Are you ready for this? Are you really ready for it? Did I see for the Evolve? Probably. I'm trying to think of what... Is that the TKL split Alice thing? Oh, that's the 75. Okay. Trying to remember what the split Alice one was. Oh, rotary knob. What is that weird grid back? I have not seen this. That's beautiful though. What? That is beautiful. It's 159? No. Join the 75% gang. I am not a 75% fan, but I do like that board. That looks really clean. All right, though. Here we go for real. All right, 70. Womp womp. Womp womp. Womp womp womp. Very skeptical of it. I should get a mat. Hey, I should get a mat for this board, otherwise it's straight metal on dusk. No. So right now it's metal. There are these feet, though, that will go on the bottom of it. Right now there's a mat under it. I just didn't put them on because we're still assembling that other part. It also has, I mean, you said that you wanted you wanted it to sit flat, but it also has these feet right here, which can go under the back, and they have little rubber things on the back of them, so they go under and elevate it. But you said specifically, I think, when we started talking about this board, that you wanted something flat, and it's one of the reasons that we targeted this kind of a case, because it can sit like completely neutral flat. The Andromeda, ooh, Pleasantly Mad, ooh, yes. I think I have actually seen this. But I will pull up the IC. Yes, I did. It does look beautiful. So I'm trying to think of what was the split TKL. So it's like Alice-like, except it has the nav cluster. All of this, and it has the F row. Trying to remember that one. Yeah, that Andromeda is beautiful though. Using Handarbite renders. Nice, nice. One Up Keyboards, DIY 87 kit, skeleton CF. Yes, it does have the F row 10 strong. The one I'm thinking of does definitely. No, it's not the Buzzsaw. That's not its name. I was just looking at it the other day. It's gonna bother me until I go look at it again. That carbon fiber TKL kit looks fun. It looks cheap, but it's gonna be open on the sides. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't particularly like those. Yeah, I did. I'm looking at it. I mean, it'll be a TKL, but it'll be open on the sides. So it'll be meh. Meh. That's how I'm gonna feel about this board. The skeleton, I mean. Yeah, I'm so wondering, man. I literally looked at it like last stream, I think. It's in IC right now. I'm totally down though. Oh, it also doesn't, the bottom row is a V. It doesn't have the weird staggered thing that Alice does. Anyway, we're going way too far out there. This board is actually really cool. I really do like this case. I'm kind of bummed that this one didn't have hardware long enough to really get it seated correctly, but that's nothing we can't fix. Like, I will get the appropriate length hardware when I figure out what type of hardware it uses, and I will get it the case fully buttoned up. Other than that thing though, it's actually done. Like, this is a complete board. Otherwise, like, I could tape it to hold it on for right now, and walk around with it and type on it. And if you look real close, you'll see that the bottom just barely sticks out. Only its own width, in fact, not even the whole width of it. So there's very little compression that's going to go on the gasket. In fact, I could shave them down and probably get it to barely hold together. But frankly, that hardware is too short anyway, and it needs to be replaced. So, damn, TKL, it's just the absolute best. I love TKL. I do. TKL is amazing. And honestly, like, even with these tie-how caps, like, which are cheap, right? They're cheap keycaps. It's pretty good, man. I'm like, I'm a fan. This board actually even sounds pretty good. Spacebar is maybe not the cleanest sounding. But it's not a lube thing. It's actually just the stabilizer inserts. sounds pretty good. It just doesn't sound like it's not rattly at all. It just doesn't sound as good as well, cherry stabilizers, screw-in stabilizers. That's really what it comes down to. Oh, the 7V looks beautiful. Might get the 7V and the Radiant 1 and 2 boards anyway. Might go with alpacas. Alpacas are good, man. Let's do it. I'm down. All right, I have had enough of you tonight. It's 2 a.m. Well, take it easy, man. Have a good one. We're actually going to be headed off right now, too. It's very late. This has been a very long build, which is kind of expected given what it was, and we showed off all of the toys. So thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. Customer, sorry, we'll get new hardware soon, and we'll put it together, and we'll get it to you. Otherwise, I think it's actually a pretty cool board. The finish looks good. Sound is great. It's great. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Please join more. I'm going to be pulling in more of the microscope, more of the new tools. I'm going to be finishing more of the gantry rig, and it's just going to make everything honestly a little bit better here and there. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. And I'm trying to do boards, some that are interesting and difficult, like this one, interesting, a little difficult, Alps build, stuff like that. I have some more stuff that's going to go on, you know, we're going to get there. It's going to be better and better every time. And I want to get you guys more of that other content that I was talking about on YouTube. That's really important to me. It's going to be a priority in the next month, to start pumping that kind of content out for you guys, for newbies, to answer those questions, for the experience, to, you know, just get you guys rolling with whatever content you want. It's you know, it's what I'm trying to get accomplished. Thanks, guys. I'm looking forward to next time. So as of right now, I'm planning on building a rain on with box whites on Friday, because I'm not going to be available on Sunday to do it. So stay tuned, and we'll do that. And I'll probably do it at my regular stream time. So you guys have a great rest of your night or morning in the case of Talisman, and I'll catch you guys next time. All right. I doubt anyone is streaming, so I will look though, you know, because might as well. Is there a Critter Vision? At least Critter Vision is okay. We're gonna do. I will check my DMs right after this. Tiny Shiny Crumb. I appreciate it. And you guys have a great rest of your night. All right. Later.